Chosen one. Pause and listen carefully. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you to reach you in this exact moment. You are not here by accident. You are not scrolling by chance. You are standing in front of a divine summons. And it is time you realized just how big this shift in your life truly is. The upgrades that have begun to unfold for you are not small ripples. They are waves that will reshape your destiny, your relationships, your provision, and your very identity. For so long, you have walked through hidden battles, nights where the weight on your chest felt unbearable, days where rejection tried to define you, hours where you silently asked, God, why me? Yet every tear, every lonely prayer, every time you kept walking when quitting seemed easier, those were seeds planted in the unseen. Now, beloved, you are stepping into the season of divine harvest. You must understand, this upgrade is not a casual blessing, not a surface-level breakthrough. This is God re-engineering your very foundation. This is heaven recalibrating your spiritual DNA. You are not who you were yesterday, and you cannot fit into the shells of your past. Your spirit is rising like fire through ashes, and the world will not recognize the new you. The world told you to stay small. Circumstances tried to silence you. People misunderstood you, dismissed you, even mocked you. But they did not know what heaven was writing behind the scenes. They didn't realize that you were chosen before you ever entered the battlefield. You carry an anointing that no earthly hand can strip away. And this upgrade is the manifestation of years of silent obedience. The Spirit whispers, do not look back. The doors that shut behind you were never meant to remain open. The relationships that dissolved were never designed to survive the weight of your calling. You cannot keep watering what God has already uprooted. This upgrade demands separation from the old, because you are being lifted into the new. And yet, I know the trembling in your heart. You ask, what if I'm not ready? What if I fail again? What if the weight is too much for me to carry? Chosen one, those thoughts are not born of heaven. That is fear's last attempt to chain you to the prison you've already outgrown. The truth is, you are more ready than you realize. The pain you endured was training. The betrayals you suffered were refining. The seasons of waiting were not punishment, they were preparation. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old. Isaiah 60, verse 1. Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Do you feel that? Beloved, the weight is shifting. The atmosphere around you is rearranging itself. Your light has already been ignited, and the glory of God is rising upon you in ways that cannot be hidden. That verse is not a poetic wish, it is a divine command over your life. Arise means get up from the ashes of your old self. Shine means step into visibility without shame, without apology. This is your hour to radiate what heaven has placed inside of you. But listen carefully. Upgrades are not given just for comfort, they are given for assignment. God is upgrading your vision so you can see beyond illusions. He is upgrading your voice so you can speak into atmospheres with authority. He is upgrading your hands so you can build what others only dreamed about. He is upgrading your feet so you can tread into territories where no one in your family line has ever walked. Every part of your being is being rewired for divine impact. Do not mistake these shifts as coincidences. The delay breaking, the sudden favor, the unexpected opportunities, They are all signals of heaven moving on your behalf. Divine intervention is marking your path. This is not random. This is not luck. This is not algorithm. This is God Himself orchestrating upgrades that will set you apart in such a way that even your enemies will have no choice but to acknowledge His hand on you. Beloved chosen one, I urge you, do not shrink back. Do not sabotage this moment with fear or hesitation. Step boldly into the upgrade. Heaven has already said yes, now you must agree. Align your heart. Open your mouth in faith. Walk in the authority that has been entrusted to you. And here is the call. If this resonates deep within your spirit, if you know this word is for you, do not let it pass in silence. Share this message so that another weary soul can awaken. Like it as a prophetic act of agreement. Subscribe to stay connected. Because this is not a one-time word. This is a journey of upgrades unfolding step by step. And as a seal of faith, comment the number 777 below. 7 is the number of divine completion. And 777 declares heaven's fullness over your life. When you type it, you are not typing digits. You are testifying to the universe that you accept the upgrade and will not turn back. You have finally done it. Chosen one. You endured. You pressed through. You believed when believing seemed foolish. And now, your upgrades are arriving. Bigger than you realize. Stronger than you expected. Deeper than you dared hope. This is your moment. Step in. Arise and shine. Chosen one. You must understand what is really happening behind the veil. Upgrades do not simply appear out of thin air. They are birthed in the unseen realm before they manifest in the visible. Your eyes may only catch glimpses of change, an opportunity opening here, a sudden shift there. But in the spiritual world, entire systems are being rearranged on your behalf. The hidden mechanism is this. Heaven has aligned circumstances, people, and even time itself to position you exactly where you must stand. You are being fitted into a larger pattern, like a stone perfectly carved for its place in a divine temple. Nothing has been wasted, not your pain, not your confusion, not even the seasons where it felt like heaven was silent. Every thread is now being woven into a design you could never have imagined on your own. This is why you have felt so much pressure recently. Pressure is the indicator that something is being engineered beyond your sight. When you are upgraded, systems around you must shift to accommodate what God is placing in you. Old alignments collapse. Timetables accelerate. Certain relationships grow strangely cold, while others come alive with sudden clarity. Do not misinterpret these things as instability. They are signals of rearrangement. There are doors you thought were permanently shut. But in truth, they were locked for your protection until the appointed hour. The hidden mechanism of divine timing is now turning the keys. You will see doors open that no person, no institution, no power of darkness can shut. Opportunities you once chased after will now chase after you. What was once withheld will be handed over freely, because you are no longer in the posture of begging, you are in the posture of receiving. The Spirit wants you to understand that delay has never meant denial. The enemy whispered that you were forgotten, but you were never abandoned. You were hidden like a seed under soil, unseen but alive, destined for growth when the season arrived. Now, as heaven rotates its gears, that seed is bursting through the ground. The hidden mechanism of God's order is pushing you upward, even when you do not consciously strive for it. But here is the warning: do not block what heaven is unlocking. Upgrades can be delayed, not because God has withdrawn them, but because the heart resists alignment. Pride blocks upgrades. Fear blocks upgrades. Unforgiveness blocks upgrades. These attitudes are like rust on the spiritual engine. They slow down what is meant to accelerate. If you cling to bitterness, you are chaining yourself to a past God is trying to release you from. If you entertain fear, you are refusing to trust the hands that are lifting you higher. Beloved, release what must be released. Stop rehearsing old betrayals. Stop watering dying branches. Stop questioning whether you are worthy. The upgrade is not about your worthiness, it is about God's will. He chose you because He delights in you, not because you earned it. Your only responsibility is to surrender to the process and allow the hidden mechanism of His power to do its work without resistance. There is also another truth you must not overlook. Upgrades are not just personal, they are territorial. When God upgrades you, He upgrades every space you touch. Workplaces change because you walk in. Families heal because your prayers shift the atmosphere. Communities awaken because your presence carries weight. You are not being upgraded just for your own sake. You are the doorway through which heaven wants to upgrade everything around you. It is written with eternal weight. Revelation 3, verse 7. What He opens, no one can shut. And what He shuts, no one can open. This is the hidden mechanism at its core. When God Himself engineers your upgrade, no force in hell and no opinion of man can undo it. It is not fragile. It is not temporary. It is sealed with the authority of heaven. You do not need to strive to hold doors open, nor panic when certain doors close. Trust that what God opens remains open, and what He closes was never meant to trap you, but to redirect you. Perhaps you have tried to pry open doors with your own strength in the past. Perhaps you chased relationships, positions, or opportunities that kept slipping through your grasp. You felt like failure was chasing you. But chosen one, can you see now? Those doors were shut because they were too small for the version of you God was shaping. Your destiny could not fit into their narrow frames. If you had entered prematurely, you would have been suffocated, not expanded. The closed doors were mercy in disguise. Now the mechanism is shifting. Doors are opening, not by your pushing, but by His decree. What once rejected you will call for you. What once seemed unreachable will be placed within your reach. The system is no longer stacked against you. Heaven has recalibrated it in your favor. Still, the mechanism demands your cooperation. You must walk through the doors. Some will hesitate, thinking, is this really for me? Maybe it's for someone else. That is fear disguised as humility. The upgrade requires bold steps. When the opportunity comes, take it. When the connection is offered, receive it. When the platform is extended, stand on it. This is not arrogance, it is obedience. The hidden mechanism is also purifying your motives. Why do you want the upgrade? Is it for status, for revenge, for comfort? These motives cannot survive the new atmosphere. The upgrade is designed for impact, for glory, for transformation. Your voice, your influence, your resources, they are being expanded to serve purposes beyond yourself. When you embrace this truth, you align perfectly with the mechanism, and acceleration follows. Beloved, Let me tell you plainly, the mechanism is irreversible. Even if people doubt you, even if they try to sabotage you, even if they gossip or slander, none of that matters. They are dust against the wind of God's decree. The gears of heaven are stronger than the schemes of men. What has begun in your life cannot be stopped. You may feel resistance, but it is temporary turbulence on the path of unstoppable elevation. So stand tall. Chosen one. Stand steady. Stand surrendered. The hidden mechanism is at work, and it is carrying you into places your ancestors prayed to see, into promises that prophets once longed for, into fulfillment that only heaven could script. You are being lifted, not by chance, but by design, and no hand on earth can touch what heaven has sealed. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and breathe. You have carried so much more than anyone realizes. Hidden behind your smile are weights of debt, grief, shame, and responsibilities that were never fair for you to carry. People saw only fragments of your life and assumed you were fine. But God saw the tears that fell in silence. He counted the nights when sleep escaped you, when thoughts of regret and sorrow circled your mind, when you asked quietly, "When will this burden end?" Hear this. Heaven has decided that you will not remain crushed under those weights. The upgrades you are stepping into require release. The hands that are meant to receive crowns cannot stay clenched around chains. This moment is not about ignoring the pain. It is about laying it down once and for all. Debt has followed you, sometimes in the form of money owed, sometimes in emotional debts, people demanding pieces of you they no longer deserve. Grief has shadowed you, sometimes fresh and raw, sometimes lingering like a fog from years past. And release has seemed impossible because you thought letting go meant forgetting, or that forgiving meant saying what happened was okay. But release is not denial, it is freedom. It is the doorway into your upgrade. Beloved, you cannot enter the palace while dragging the baggage of the prison. You cannot soar while clutching weights. You cannot drink new wine from a cracked vessel. The time has come for you to set it down, not later, not eventually, but now. The Spirit wants you to know every tear you shed has been collected, not wasted. Every moment of lack has been seen, not ignored. Every betrayal has been recorded, not forgotten. Nothing you went through disqualified you. It prepared you. But the preparation is complete. You are not meant to rehearse the pain again and again. You are meant to step into joy. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Psalm 30, verse 5. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. Yes, chosen one, your morning has arrived. The night has lingered long enough. The grief has clung to you like a shadow, but light is breaking forth. Joy is not a distant dream anymore. It is a present inheritance. You are not called to merely survive pain, but to emerge from it radiant, transformed, and victorious. Still, the release requires a decision. No one else can make it for you. You must look at the chains in your hands and choose to drop them. Forgiveness is not weakness, it is warfare. Letting go of resentment is not losing, it is winning back your freedom. Refusing to carry old labels is not denial, it is alignment with truth. The burden was never yours to keep. Beloved, I want you to take a prophetic step, even now. In the comments, write these 3 words, I release it. On. Why those words? Because when you type them, you are not just commenting, you are confessing. You are telling heaven, I choose freedom. You are telling the darkness, you no longer have permission to torment me. You are telling yourself, I am done carrying what God never asked me to carry. Those 3 words break cycles. They announce to the atmosphere that you are shifting into a higher dimension of peace. Say it. Type it. Declare it. I release it. This is your participation in the upgrade. Heaven provides the freedom, but you must claim it. Think of it like this. A prisoner may have their cell unlocked, but if they never step through the open door, they remain bound by choice. In the same way, the key has been turned for you. The locks are undone. The question is, will you walk out? Release is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is quiet. A whisper of, I forgive. Sometimes it is practical tearing up the old debt, deleting the number, closing the chapter. Other times it is spiritual, laying it all at the altar in prayer. However it comes, it must come. The longer you hold on, the heavier it becomes. The sooner you release, the lighter you will feel. You may say, but the pain is still real. How do I just let it go? Beloved, you don't let it go alone. You let it go into God's hands. You transfer the burden from your shoulders to His. He is not asking you to forget or pretend. He is asking you to trust Him with the justice, with the healing, with the repayment. What you release, He redeems. What you surrender, He sanctifies. What you let fall, He lifts and transforms. Do you not know? Every ounce of grief is soil for future joy. Every tear is water for future growth. Every debt of pain becomes currency in God's economy, exchanged for blessings beyond measure. This is why release is not loss, it is gain. You are not throwing away, you are trading up. And so, chosen one, I say it again, type it boldly, I release it. Let that comment be your altar today. Imagine your words forming into keys, unlocking every chain around you. See in the spirit how light floods in as soon as you confess freedom. This is not a simple action, it is spiritual warfare. And it is victory. Let us look deeper. Release does not mean forgetting the lessons. In fact, your scars will testify to your strength. Release means you no longer carry the sting of the wound. Release means the event no longer dictates your emotions or your identity. Release means you are free to walk forward without dragging the corpse of the past. Some of you are still holding on to self-blame, whispering, "It was my fault. I should have done better." Release it. Some are replaying conversations, hearing cruel words over and over. Release it. Some are grieving losses so deep you feel guilty, moving forward. Release it. Nothing you release will leave you emptier. God will always fill the space with something greater. So do not delay. Do not let another day pass with chains around your heart. Stand in your authority. Say it. Type it. Mean it. I release it. And when you do, watch how the hidden mechanism begins to accelerate. Watch how joy returns. Watch how peace settles over your nights. Watch how opportunities appear that were previously blocked. Release is the key that unlocks the next upgrade. Without it, you remain circling the same cycle. With it, you are propelled into new dimensions. Below, chosen one. You have carried enough. Now, it is time to let go. And in the letting go, you will finally feel how light you were always meant to be. Chosen one, now that you have begun the release, a deeper transformation unfolds. What is being refined in you is not only about what you let go, but about who you are becoming. The upgrades you are receiving are anchored in identity. And identity is the battlefield where destinies are either crowned or crushed. For years, you have lived under labels that were never yours. Words spoken in anger, names given in mockery, roles assigned by society, expectations placed by family, all of them sought to define you. You were told you were too much or not enough. You were shaped by the opinions of those who never truly saw you. You wore costumes just to fit in, shrinking when you were meant to stand tall, hiding when you were meant to shine. But identity forged by man is fragile. It cracks under pressure. It collapses when circumstances shift. The mantle of God, however, is unshakable. It is fire-tested. It is eternal. The upgrades coming to you are not temporary enhancements. They are reforging your entire sense of self. You are stepping out of borrowed garments and into the robe of destiny. Think of Joseph, once wrapped in a colorful coat, then stripped, betrayed, and imprisoned. The coat was torn, but his calling remained. When the time came, Pharaoh placed a new robe upon him, one that no brother could strip, no pit could stain, no prison could steal. That robe was not fashion, it was identity revealed. The same is happening with you, chosen one. The labels of the past are being burned away. Words like failure, broken, unworthy, too late, these were never heaven's vocabulary for you. Heaven calls you beloved, redeemed, anointed, chosen, crowned. Your true identity is not something you earn, not something you build by striving. It is something bestowed, sealed by the breath of God Himself. When identity is reforged, confidence is reborn. You no longer ask, "Am I good enough?" You stand knowing, "I am who He says I am." This is not arrogance, but alignment. Arrogance boasts in self. Alignment rests in God. You are no longer grasping for approval, because you know you are already accepted. You are no longer chasing validation, because you know you are already loved. We find in the sacred words of the Apostle, 2 Corinthians 5, verse 17, "Therefore, if anyone is in Christ, the new creation has come, the old has gone, the new is here." Meditate on that. Beloved, the old has gone, not might go, not will eventually fade. Gone, erased, dismantled, broken off. Every label that tied you to shame is gone. Every mask you wore to survive is gone. Every false role you carried just to be accepted is gone. You are not a patchwork of wounds. You are a new creation. The reforging of identity also means you must unlearn certain ways of thinking. For too long, you measured your worth by performance. If you succeeded, you felt valid. If you failed, you felt worthless. But identity that shifts with performance is counterfeit. True identity is stable, regardless of circumstance. The crown does not fall because of one stumble. The robe is not removed because of one misstep. You remain chosen. Not because you never fail, but because grace never fails. Beloved, identity reforged is also identity tested. Do not be surprised if the enemy tries to whisper the old names back into your mind. He will remind you of failures. He will replay the scenes of your lowest moments. He will use familiar voices to try to drag you back into smallness. But know this: every whisper of accusation is proof that your upgrade is real. The attack is not against who you were, it is against who you are becoming. Stand firm in this. You are not who you were. Do not answer to old names. Do not bow to old chains. Do not explain yourself to people who are committed to misunderstanding you. Lift your head. Walk as the new creation. And let your transformed life testify louder than explanations ever could. Identity reforged also manifests in how you carry yourself. Your posture changes. You walk with quiet confidence, not shrinking to fit in rooms where your presence intimidates. Your speech changes. You no longer gossip, complain, or self-deprecate, because those are languages of insecurity. Your decisions change. You choose alignment with your calling over the fleeting comfort of compromise. Every aspect of your life begins to reflect the reforged self. And yet, identity is not a destination. It is a continual unveiling. You will discover layers of who you are in Christ as you walk forward. Today you may realize you are beloved. Tomorrow you may realize you are also a warrior. Later you may realize you are also a builder, a leader, a prophet, a voice. Identity reforged is not static. It is a continual revelation of the masterpiece God has placed within you. Beloved, let this truth settle deep. You are not defined by your scars, but by the one who healed them. You are not defined by your past, but by your purpose. You are not defined by your failures, but by your Father. The world may try to remind you of your history, but heaven always points you to your destiny. Think of it like gold refined in fire. The fire burns away impurities, but the gold itself does not disappear. In fact, it shines brighter, purer, more valuable. The fire of your trials did not destroy you. It burned away false labels, leaving only the true you, radiant and unbreakable. That is why you have endured what others could not. That is why you have survived storms that sank others, because you were never ordinary. You were chosen, reforged for glory. And now, your life will serve as a mirror. Others will see the transformation and realize that they, too, can shed the old labels. Your testimony will not just be survival, it will be inspiration. You will stand as living proof that God still transforms, that identity can be redeemed, that destinies can be restored. Beloved chosen one, embrace this reforging. Wear your new mantle without apology. Do not shrink back into borrowed garments. Do not apologize for the brightness of your light. You are not called to blend in, you are called to stand out. Walk boldly as the new creation. The world is waiting to meet the real you, the you heaven always knew. Chosen one, you have released the old and stepped into a reforged identity. But now comes something many of you have longed for: evidence, tangible proof that what heaven promised is not just invisible whispers, but visible manifestation. This is the season of first visible signs. The upgrade is not only inward, it is beginning to show on the outside. You have already sensed the shift within you: more peace, more clarity, a new sense of strength. But God knows your heart has cried out for confirmation you can see, touch, or measure. And in His kindness, He is allowing the invisible seeds of faith to sprout into visible fruit. Some of you have already seen it. The unexpected call back after rejection, the healing in your body, the reconciliation of a relationship you thought was over, the financial relief that arrived without warning. These are not coincidences. They are heaven's fingerprints, marking you as chosen, beloved. Understand this clearly. God delights in giving you signs, not because he needs to prove himself, but because he knows your human heart longs for assurance. Think of Gideon, who asked for dew on the fleece, then dry fleece the next night. Think of Thomas, who longed to touch the scars of Jesus. God did not scorn their requests. He met them where they were. And in the same way, he is meeting you with signs that prove your upgrade is not imagination but reality. The first visible sign is often small, but do not despise it. A seed might look tiny, yet it contains an entire forest. That one answered prayer, that one moment of favor, that one door swinging open, it is a seed of what's to come. Treat it with honor, water it with gratitude, and guard it from doubt. The way you respond to the first visible sign prepares you for the abundance that follows. According to what is revealed in the book of Job, chapter 22, verse 28, you will also declare a thing, and it will be established for you. So light will shine on your ways. This is your invitation to align your declaration with the sign. When you see even the smallest evidence of change, speak it out. This is the beginning. More is on the way. Do not say, it's too small, or maybe it's just chance. Speak in faith. Declare with authority. Your words are not idle, they are seeds of establishment. When you declare what heaven has begun, you accelerate its manifestation. Beloved chosen one, let me share this with you. What you are stepping into is not a trickle, but a river. The first visible sign is the spark. The firestorm is coming. God never begins something he does not intend to finish. The upgrade you are sensing will not fizzle out halfway. It will grow, expand, and overflow. What begins as a whisper will become a shout. What begins as a drizzle will become a flood. Do not be surprised when others start to notice. They may say, you seem different. Something about you has changed. Some will admire it. Others will question it. And a few may even resent it. Do not be shaken by their reactions. The sign is not for them, it is for you. Heaven has chosen you to carry a mantle, and visible evidence is simply confirmation that the unseen has become undeniable. Beloved, these moments are too precious to overlook. Guard them, record them, celebrate them. Gratitude is the magnet for multiplication. When you honor the small beginnings, you prepare the soil for greater harvest. When you say, thank you, Lord, for this one answered prayer, heaven hears it and responds with more. When you testify of even a little breakthrough, you set the stage for a greater one. And I want to share something from my heart here. If this word is speaking to you, don't keep it hidden. Sometimes, the most powerful thing you can do is to share your testimony, even if it feels small. A like, a share, or a subscription might feel like simple actions in the digital world, but they are prophetic in nature. When you share, you are planting seeds into the lives of others who need the same encouragement. When you subscribe, you are saying, I choose to stay connected to this flow of divine truth. When you like, You are acknowledging. This word resonates with me. I receive it. These actions may seem ordinary, but in the spiritual realm, they are declarations of agreement. Your first visible sign is proof that you are not forgotten. It is proof that every hidden prayer has been heard. It is proof that your identity as chosen is not just theory, it is reality. You no longer need to convince yourself with empty affirmations. Heaven has already placed visible confirmation in your hands. But here is the caution. Do not rush ahead just because you see the first sign. It is a beginning, not the whole. Be patient. Let the fruit ripen. Stay faithful in the little, so you will be trusted with the much. Sometimes, excitement tempts us to announce prematurely, to move faster than God's timing. But remember, what is truly yours cannot be stolen. You don't need to force it. You only need to steward it. Beloved, look around you with new eyes. The signs are already here. The text you weren't expecting, the dream that felt too vivid to dismiss, the peace you felt in a situation that used to break you. These are your first visible signs. Cherish them. Declare them. Build upon them. For they are the foundation stones of the palace God is constructing around your destiny. Do not underestimate what is unfolding. You thought you were just surviving, but you are actually being positioned for a life that overflows with favor. You thought the blessing was delayed, but it was only being prepared. And now, the veil is lifting, and the signs are becoming undeniable. This is your moment to witness with your own eyes what your faith has always known. God is faithful. Beloved, chosen one. Let this truth ring loud. The upgrade is real. It is not coming someday. It is already here. And your first visible sign is heaven's way of saying, I have begun, and I will complete it. And, chosen one, you have now tasted the first visible sign of your upgrade. Yet with every rising, there is also resistance. You must not be naive. The moment light breaks forth, shadows begin to shift. When destiny awakens, enemies rearrange. What once ignored you now notices you. What once dismissed you now opposes you. This is not because you are weak, it is because you are advancing. Opposition is confirmation that you are being lifted higher. Enemies come in many forms. Sometimes they are people whose jealousy cannot bear your shine. Sometimes they are systems that once tolerated your silence, but now resist your voice. Sometimes they are invisible forces, spiritual strongholds, generational curses, whispers of the enemy trying to shake your confidence. But here is the truth. Opposition is never greater than the one who fights for you. Every enemy that rises will fall before the weight of your calling. Consider this. When Israel was trapped between Pharaoh's army and the Red Sea, it looked impossible. But what seemed like certain destruction became the stage for God's glory. The sea split. The people walked free, and the enemies were drowned in the very waters they trusted to hold them. So it shall be with you. Chosen one, those who plot against you will find themselves tangled in their own nets. Those who rise against you will stumble before the hand of God. The Spirit is reminding you now that resistance is not a sign of abandonment, it is a sign of protection. Some enemies are not being destroyed yet, they are being rearranged. God is moving them out of positions where they could harm you. He is shifting their attention, scattering their strategies, silencing their tongues. You may not see the full picture, but in the spiritual realm, enemies are being displaced, their weapons dismantled. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus. chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. Beloved, hear the weight of that promise. You are not required to outshout your accusers, to prove yourself to your critics, or to exhaust yourself battling forces greater than your strength. Your assignment is to stand still, to remain anchored, to trust the one who fights unseen battles on your behalf. Heaven's armies are moving while you remain in peace. This is why your stillness is not passivity, it is faith in action. Yet there is a prophetic action you must take in this moment, to anchor this truth and align yourself with heaven's movement. I want you to comment the number 444 below. Why this number? Because 4 is the number of stability, of foundations, of divine order. 444 is heaven declaring, I am securing your ground. I am building your foundation. I am establishing what cannot be shaken. End of teen. When you write 444, you are not typing digits. You are declaring to every unseen realm, my enemies are rearranged. My foundation is secure, and I will not be moved. This is more than a comment, it is a covenant. It is the outward expression of an inward faith that God is dismantling opposition and stabilizing your path. Beloved chosen one, understand that when enemies rearrange, it may look messy at first. Friendships may suddenly cool. Doors you thought would open may slam shut. People who once celebrated you may grow silent. Do not panic. These are not losses, they are divine edits. God is removing unsafe scaffolding so your building can stand tall without collapse. Do not waste energy chasing those who walk away. Do not weep over closed doors. Do not cling to what heaven has already removed. Every rearrangement is protection. Every rejection is redirection. Every silence is preparation for a louder unveiling. Some of your greatest upgrades will be revealed not in what you gain, but in what you are spared from. The job you didn't get that would have drained you, the relationship that ended before it poisoned you, the opportunity that looked golden but hid a trap. These were enemies disguised as blessings, and heaven rearranged them before they could harm you. Beloved, see with new eyes. Opposition is not always an attack, it is often a shield. When you face enemies now, remind yourself, this is proof I am advancing. When you feel resistance, declare, the foundation is being secured. When voices rise against you, rest in the assurance that the battle is not yours, it belongs to the Lord. Do not underestimate the spiritual authority being awakened in you during this season. Your very presence unsettled darkness. When you walk into a room, atmospheres shift. When you open your mouth, lies are silenced. When you simply stand firm, the enemy trembles. This is why resistance intensifies. It is fear of what you are becoming, but you will not be shaken, because your foundation is being laid in triple strength. So declare boldly, enemies rearranged, foundation secured, path made straight. And as you declare, do the prophetic act. Comment 444. Let the numbers testify that you have aligned with heaven's order. Let them echo in the spiritual realm that your life is now untouchable, your calling unbreakable, your future unstoppable. Chosen one, breathe deeply. Feel the shift. The battle is not crushing you, it is crowning you. The resistance is not breaking you, it is building you. The opposition is not blocking you, it is blessing you. Every enemy rearranged becomes another confirmation. You are chosen. You are rising. And you are unstoppable. Chosen one. After the rearranging of enemies comes the season of calibration. You must see this clearly. Upgrades are not given without alignment. Heaven does not pour oil into cracked vessels. Before the greater weight can rest upon you, your spirit, your motives, your heart must be tested not to destroy you, but to refine you. These are not punishments, they are calibrations. Calibration is delicate. It often comes in small tests that appear ordinary, almost insignificant. You may find yourself in situations that don't seem like spiritual battles at all, interactions with difficult people, unexpected inconveniences, or choices between holding on to bitterness or extending mercy. These moments are not random. They are the hidden classroom where heaven measures your readiness. Consider this. If you are given authority but lack mercy, your authority will crush instead of heal. If you are handed influence but still nurse bitterness, your influence will wound instead of restore. This is why the tests come before the crown. Heaven wants you steady, balanced, and anchored before the increase fully arrives. Calibration may look like betrayal resurfacing. Someone from your past reappears, stirring old pain, and you must decide whether to reopen wounds or to respond with grace. Calibration may look like financial testing just when you expected abundance. You face a moment of lack, teaching you stewardship. Not panits. Calibration may look like opportunity knocking, but only half-formed, asking if you will rush ahead or wait for the fullness of God's timing. Beloved, pay attention to these subtle tests. They are not distractions, they are diagnostics. Heaven is measuring whether your heart will choose alignment over impulse, forgiveness over vengeance, humility over pride. Every choice is shaping the vessel that must carry the upgrade. The Spirit spoke through the Apostle James. Chapter 1, verse 12. Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him. This is the reward of calibration. Trials are not the end. They are the doorway to crowns. Tests are not barriers. They are invitations to deeper intimacy with the one who chose you. When you pass through the fire, you emerge not only purified, but also promoted. The trial is temporary. The crown is eternal. Beloved chosen one, you must learn to view small tests with reverence. Do not despise them. The way you respond in the unseen will determine what is revealed in the seen. Heaven is not only watching how you handle platforms and visibility, heaven is watching how you treat those who cannot repay you. How you respond when no one applauds. How you react when plans unravel. Calibration is happening in the secret place. And here is the mystery. Calibration always feels disproportionate. The test feels heavier than the situation warrants. A simple disagreement feels like a war. A minor inconvenience feels like a mountain. Do not be alarmed. This is the stretching of your spirit, the expanding of your patience, the strengthening of your endurance. Heaven magnifies the weight of small tests, so you are prepared for greater assignments. Think of David tending sheep. His test was lions and bears, creatures no one else saw him defeat. Those hidden battles were calibration for the public battle with Goliath. If he had failed the small, private tests, he would not have been trusted with the giant. In the same way, your private calibrations are preparation for public victories. Beloved, embrace the fire of these moments. When someone slanders you, see it as training in mercy. When a promise is delayed, see it as training in patience. When you are tempted to compromise, see it as training in integrity. Each calibration is chiseling you into the image of someone who can be trusted with power without corruption. Do not be deceived. Many fall at this stage. They mistake tests for punishment, and they grow bitter. They believe delay means denial, and they grow weary. They view small inconveniences as meaningless, and they miss the training altogether. But you, chosen one, must not faint. You must see beyond the surface and recognize the divine hand in every detail. There is beauty in calibration. Though it feels uncomfortable, it softens the heart, keeping you tender when authority could harden you. It clears the eyes, keeping you humble when visibility could blind you. It purifies the motives, keeping you focused when influence could distract you. Calibration is not cruelty, it is mercy. Beloved, learn to ask in each trial, "What is heaven teaching me here?" Instead of asking, "Why is this happening to me?" ask, "What is being shaped in me?" This shift in perspective will unlock wisdom. You will begin to see trials not as walls, but as mirrors, revealing what still needs refining. And remember, calibration is not endless. Tests do not continue forever. The purpose is not to keep you trapped in cycles, but to prepare you for completion. Just as a craftsman measures carefully before placing the final stone, so heaven is measuring you before releasing the full weight of glory. When the calibration is complete, you will find yourself unshakable, steady, ready to carry the mantle without collapse. Beloved, if you feel the pressure of tests now, rejoice. It means heaven has counted you worthy of training. It means there is more in store for you. It means the crown is near. Passing these tests is not about perfection, but about perseverance. You may stumble, but rise again. You may weep, but keep walking. You may feel stretched, but do not snap. Every step you endure draws you closer to the crown promised to those who love him. So hold steady. Chosen one, do not rush out of the fire. Do not despise the stretching. Do not curse the tests. Embrace them as holy instruments, shaping you for destiny. The calibration is proof. You are being trusted with more, and soon, very soon, the trial will pass, and the crown of life will rest upon your head. Chosen one, the fire of calibration has shaped you, and now you stand ready for something deeper, strategy. Upgrades are not random blessings sprinkled from above. They are precise movements of heaven. Each step of your journey is written in a divine pattern, and as you grow in strength, heaven entrusts you with glimpses of the strategy that undergirds your calling. Understand this clearly. Strategy is heaven's way of making sure you do not squander what you have received. Blessing without strategy becomes a burden. Power without direction becomes destruction. But when heaven gives strategy, every gift finds its purpose. Every step aligns with destiny, and every victory builds on the last. Strategy often arrives quietly. It may come as a dream in the night that lingers on your heart long after you wake. It may come as wise counsel from a voice you trust. It may come as a sudden thought that feels weightier than your own reasoning. A whisper that seems to come from beyond yourself. The Spirit does not always shout. Often he guides with a nudge. Yet the challenge is not only hearing strategy, but stewarding it. Too many dismiss the subtle whispers, waiting for something dramatic. Others, eager for validation, share prematurely what was meant to be kept in silence. And some receive divine instructions, but twist them into pride, boasting of visions rather than obeying them. Beloved, you must resist these traps. Strategy is not given to inflate your ego, it is given to prepare your steps. The prophet speaks with clarity. Amos 3, verse 7. Surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. This is the assurance you carry. Heaven does not move in secrecy against its own. When God shifts nations, when he raises up leaders, when he prepares to pour out blessing, he whispers his plan to those who are attentive. You are among those being entrusted with strategy. The fact that you are even receiving these insights is proof that heaven counts you worthy of responsibility. But hear this, strategy requires secrecy at times. Not every revelation is meant to be announced. Some instructions are seeds to be watered in prayer before they are ever spoken aloud. You must learn discernment, when to speak, when to act, and when to remain still. Even Jesus often told those he healed, "Tell no one," because timing was part of the plan. Premature revelation can sabotage divine intention. Strategy also requires humility. It is tempting to think, I know the way now. I can handle this. But strategy is not a one-time download. It is a continual flow. God does not give you the entire map at once. He gives you steps. Sometimes only enough light for the path right in front of you. This keeps you dependent on him, not on your own cleverness. If you grow prideful, you cut yourself off from the ongoing flow of strategy. Beloved chosen one, another truth must be understood. Heaven's strategies often appear illogical. Marching around Jericho 7 times with no weapons made no sense, yet walls crumbled. Feeding 5,000 with 5 loaves and 2 fish defied all reason, yet multitudes were satisfied. Strategies from heaven are not bound by human logic, they are bound by divine power. You must be willing to obey, even when it seems foolish. Obedience to strategy unlocks dimensions of favor you cannot access otherwise. Every time you follow a whisper, you open the door to greater revelation. Every time you align your step with heaven's instruction, you prove yourself trustworthy for more. Strategy is cumulative. It builds. The more you obey, the clearer the next step becomes. Consider this. You may be instructed to reach out to someone seemingly insignificant, only to discover later they hold a key connection for your assignment. You may be nudged to pause instead of rushing ahead, and that pause prevents disaster. You may be guided to sow in a way that feels small, only to see it return multiplied. This is the beauty of divine strategy. It turns ordinary actions into extraordinary outcomes. Beloved, strategy also protects you from deception. Without it, you might mistake distractions for opportunities. The enemy often disguises counterfeit doors to lure you away from true destiny. But when you carry divine strategy, you discern the difference. You sense in your spirit what aligns with heaven and what does not. This is why you must guard strategy like treasure. It is not just instruction, it is protection. There will be moments when others cannot see what you see. They may question your decisions, mock your restraint, or urge you to act before the time is right. Do not be swayed. Strategy is personal. It was whispered to your spirit for a reason. You are accountable not to the crowd, but to the caller. Stand firm, even if you stand alone. trusting that the fruit will vindicate your obedience. And remember this, beloved, strategy is not always about grand movements. Sometimes it is about daily disciplines, rising early to pray, guarding your tongue when tempted to speak in haste, choosing to rest when the world glorifies hustle. These small obediences may look unimpressive, but they are strategies of preparation. Heaven often tests whether you can handle small instructions before entrusting you with larger ones. Your upgrades are not accidents, they are outcomes of strategy. Every delay had a purpose. Every redirection was calculated. Every breakthrough was timed. You are walking in a divine sequence. Each step ordered by wisdom far beyond your own. Trust this. Even when you do not understand the plan, know that there is always a plan. Beloved chosen one, lean into the whispers, record the dreams, treasure the counsel, move with precision. Strategy is the bridge between the unseen promise and the visible manifestation. Without it, you drift. With it, you advance. And here is the piece you must hold. You are not expected to craft the strategy yourself. You are expected to listen, to obey, to align. Heaven has already written the blueprint. You are simply walking it out. That is why you do not need to strive in anxiety, asking, "What if I fail?" The plan is already secure. Your part is to stay tuned to the voice that guides you. Beloved, walk forward now with new ears. Hear the whispers that once felt like random thoughts. Recognize the nudges that once felt like coincidence. Pay attention to the patterns that repeat around you. These are not accidents, they are strategies. And as you honor them, you will see the fullness of your upgrades manifest in power, in clarity, and in unstoppable progression. Chosen one, every upgrade draws out a new demand, courage. You cannot carry the mantle of destiny while bowing to fear. The moment you rise, opposition grows louder, shadows stretch longer, and doubts whisper more fiercely. That is why heaven equips you with courage. It is the shield that keeps you standing when everything around you tries to push you down. Fear is not always loud. Sometimes it comes like a quiet fog, clouding your decisions with hesitation. Sometimes it whispers in the voice of reason, telling you, wait until you're ready. Though readiness never arrives, sometimes it dresses itself as humility, persuading you that boldness is arrogance, fear is cunning, but it is not sovereign. You are not ruled by it. You are chosen, and chosen ones walk by courage. Courage does not mean you feel no fear. Courage means you choose obedience in spite of fear. When the Israelites faced the towering walls of Jericho, they surely felt fear. Yet they marched. When Esther stood before the king, her life on the line, she surely trembled. Yet she spoke. When Peter stepped onto the water, the waves still raged. Yet he walked. Courage is not absence of trembling, it is presence of faith. Beloved, the Spirit wants you to know this. Fear will not disqualify you, but surrendering to fear will. Courage is the currency of upgrades. The higher the level, the greater the demand for courage. Without it, doors remain unopened, mantles remain unworn, destinies remain unfulfilled. With it, impossibilities crumble, giants fall, and miracles manifest. It was declared in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged, for the Lord your God will be with you. This is not merely encouragement, it is command. The presence of God is your guarantee. You are not stepping into unknown territory alone. Every step you take, heaven walks beside you. Every word you speak in faith, heaven echoes with power. Every move of obedience, heaven surrounds with protection. Courage is not something you muster from your own will. It flows from the certainty that God Himself goes with you. Yet courage must be chosen daily. Each day offers chances to shrink or to rise. You may feel the pull to stay silent when you are called to speak. You may feel tempted to blend in when you are called to stand apart. You may be invited to compromise when you are called to consecration. In those moments, remember who you are. You are chosen. Your decisions are not just personal, they are prophetic. Each time you choose courage, you declare to heaven and to earth, I trust the one who sent me. Beloved, you cannot wait until fear disappears before you act. Fear may never vanish entirely. Instead, act in faith and watch fear lose its grip. Courage grows stronger with use. The more you step forward, the more natural it becomes. Boldness is built through obedience, not theory. Think of the lion's roar. At first, it may terrify you, but the more you hear it, the less power it holds. So it is with fear. Each time you defy it, it loses strength. Each time you obey God, despite trembling, fear shrinks. Soon you will look back and realize what once terrified you no longer has a voice in your life. And so, chosen one, I give you a prophetic action today. In the comments, write these words, I choose my crown. Lie. Why these words? Because they are more than a phrase. They are a declaration of identity. To choose your crown is to reject fear's lies. To choose your crown is to say, I will not hide anymore. I will not shrink anymore. I will not delay anymore. To choose your crown is to claim the authority already resting on your head, even if you don't feel it yet. When you type those words, you are aligning your spirit with heaven's truth. Courage belongs to you. Say it with conviction. I choose my crown. These 4 words silence the enemy's whispers. They rewire your mind to think like royalty, not like a slave. They remind you that courage is not an option, it is your inheritance. Beloved, let me tell you, the path ahead will not always look safe. The upgrades will call you into unfamiliar territory, but your safety is not in avoiding risk. Your safety is in obedience. The most dangerous place is outside of God's will. Even if it looks comfortable, the safest place is inside His will. Even if it looks impossible, courage is what anchors you in His will. Some of you have been waiting for a sign to step out. This is it. Heaven is telling you, rise, speak, build, write, lead, create. Do not wait until conditions are perfect. They never will be. Move now, and the provision will meet you on the journey. The water will part when your feet touch it. The manna will fall when you step into the wilderness. The oil will flow when you start pouring. Courage activat provision. And remember this, courage is contagious. When you choose boldness, others watching are inspired to rise as well. Your family sees your faith and begins to believe. Your community witnesses your obedience and dares to dream. Your courage becomes a spark that lights fires in others. This is why the enemy attacks your boldness so fiercely, because he knows your courage is not just for you. It is for many. Beloved chosen one. Let these words sink into your heart. Fear is loud, but it is not Lord. Anxiety may shout, but it does not have authority. Discouragement may weigh heavy, but it does not define you. You are crowned. You are chosen. You are called. Courage is already in your spirit, waiting to be released. Do not delay. Say it. Type it. Live it. I choose my crown. This is your prophetic act, your anchor of faith, your bold declaration to the world and to the unseen realms. From this moment forward, let courage be your language, your weapon, your identity. The crown is yours. The courage is yours. The calling is yours. Step forward. Chosen one. The world is waiting for your light. Chosen one. You have walked through fear, chosen courage, and declared your crown. Now heaven brings you into a place where provision begins to manifest. One of the clearest signs of your upgrade is the opening of financial windows, moments when resources flow not by human calculation but by divine orchestration. These are not merely blessings of comfort, they are equippings for assignment. Provision in this season is not about luxury, it is about destiny. God is placing into your hands what you need to build, to solve, to create, to bless others. The financial window is opening so that you can stand firm in your calling without being enslaved to lack. For too long, you have worried about how to make ends meet, how to stretch what little you had, how to survive from one need to the next. Heaven says that cycle is breaking. But hear this, when financial windows open, they also test your stewardship. Heaven does not release abundance for it to be squandered. What flows into your life now is sacred. How you handle it will determine whether more can follow. Gratitude and discipline are keys. If you honor the small, you will be trusted with the great. If you give with open hands, you will never run dry. The ancient words recorded in Philippians, chapter 4, verse 19. And my God will meet all your needs, according to the riches of his glory in Christ Jesus. This is not a promise of bare survival. It is a guarantee of abundant sufficiency, not according to your paycheck, not according to the economy, not according to human generosity, but according to his riches. That means there is no ceiling, no limit, no shortage in heaven's supply. The one who clothes lilies and feeds sparrows is the same. One opening windows over you. Provision may arrive in unexpected ways. It could be through opportunities you didn't even apply for, through people moved by the Spirit to bless you, through sudden cancellations of debts, through streams of income you never imagined. Do not limit God by expecting him to move in one specific way. Keep your eyes open, your spirit alert. He moves creatively, and his methods often surprise. Beloved, I must warn you, do not confuse the opening of financial windows with a license for carelessness. Abundance without wisdom becomes a trap. This is the hour to learn the language of stewardship. Save when prompted, sow when instructed. Resist the urge to spend just for the sake of proving you have more now. Heaven's wealth is entrusted, not owned. You are a channel, not a hoarder. You will also notice that when provision flows, distractions rise. Opportunities to waste time and money will suddenly appear. Voices will try to convince you to misuse what you have. Some may even come back into your life, not out of love, but out of desire to benefit from your increase. This is why discernment must walk hand in hand with abundance. Not every hand extended toward you is a hand you are meant to fill. Beloved, chosen one. As you step into this new reality, I want to speak from my heart. If these words resonate with you, if you feel the shift of provision stirring already, then share this message. There are others, perhaps even in your circle, who are weary, struggling, doubting that God sees them. Your simple act of sharing could be the very spark that reignites their faith. And yes, take a moment to subscribe and stay connected, not because of numbers, but because staying in alignment with words of life keeps your spirit tuned to heaven's frequency. When you subscribe, you are choosing to remain in an atmosphere that nurtures your faith. And when you like this word, you are declaring in a visible way, I receive this provision. I agree with this promise. When the financial window opening for you is not just about bills paid or debts erased, it is about your future secured. It is about your calling financed. It is about your voice amplified because you are no longer silenced by lack. God does not want His chosen ones chained by worry over survival. He wants you free to focus on your assignment. Free to build, free to dream, free to move without hesitation. Do not despise the days of small beginnings. The first provision may seem modest, but it is a seed of greater harvest. Remember the widow who poured oil into jars. The miracle began small but multiplied as she obeyed. So, it will be with you. Honor the little. Steward the first. Watch it multiply as you walk in faithfulness. Beloved, let peace flood your heart. You no longer need to anxiously calculate every possibility. The same God who brought you this far will sustain you. Provision is not a one-time event. It is a flow. Once heaven's window opens, it will continue as long as you remain aligned. This is not about hustling harder. It is about trusting deeper. Lift your head. Do not look at your bank account as your source. Look to heaven. Do not measure your future by what is in your wallet. Measure it by who holds your destiny. You serve the one who owns the cattle on 1,000 hills, the one who multiplies loaves and fish, the one who fills nets until they nearly break. That same abundance is being directed toward you. So step forward with confidence. The window is open, and what flows through it is bigger than you realize. Resources, opportunities, connections, all of them are streams of provision designed not just to bless you, but to empower you. Use them wisely. Guard them carefully. Share them generously. And as you walk in this season of financial flow, never forget, provision is not just about you. It is about the legacy you will build, the lives you will touch, the testimonies you will carry. When you prosper, the kingdom prospers through you. When you rise, countless others will rise because of you. Beloved chosen one, rejoice. The days of scraping by are ending. The days of living under the weight of lack are over. The window is open. The blessing is pouring. And you are stepping into a new dimension of freedom. This is the evidence of your upgrade. This is the fruit of your perseverance. This is the manifestation of heaven's promise over your life. Chosen one, you have witnessed the opening of provision, the flow of resources, the financial window that confirms heaven's hand upon you. But provision alone is not the full picture. God is not only sending resources, He is also sending people. This is the season of relational alignment, where the right individuals are drawn into your orbit, and the wrong ones are sifted away. Every destiny requires alignment. No calling is walked in isolation. Even Jesus, though filled with the Spirit without measure, surrounded Himself with disciples, companions, and those who would carry His message forward. If the Son of God moved with alignment, how much more must you? The upgrade you are walking into demands the presence of those who will sharpen you, strengthen you, and walk beside you when the weight grows heavy. For too long, you have endured the presence of those who drained rather than fueled, who criticized rather than encouraged, who envied rather than celebrated. Their words chipped at your confidence. Their actions tangled your path. Their presence left you weary. But beloved, heaven is shifting the table. Those not aligned with your purpose are being moved aside. It may feel like loss, but it is divine pruning. The vine grows stronger when unnecessary branches are cut away. In their place, new alignments are being established. Some will come as mentors, voices of wisdom seasoned by time, whose counsel will guard you from pitfalls. Some will come as allies, companions of faith, walking shoulder to shoulder with you, praying when you falter, rejoicing when you rise. Some will come as mirrors, people who reflect your blind spots with love, who correct without condemning, who see not just who you are, but who you are becoming. The ancient words of Solomon remind us in Proverbs, chapter 27, verse 17, as iron sharpens iron, so one person sharpens another. This sharpening is not always comfortable. True alignment does not flatter your weaknesses. It challenges them. A mentor may speak a hard truth that humbles you. An ally may confront you when you are tempted to compromise. A mirror may reveal patterns you would rather ignore. These moments sting, but they are holy. They shape you into a vessel strong enough to carry glory without fracture. Beloved, do not resist the sharpening. Many run from correction, preferring the ease of shallow affirmation. But upgrades are not sustained in echo chambers. You need those who will speak truth in love, who will guard your steps, even when it means saying what you don't want to hear. Sharpening may feel like friction, but it is friction that creates the edge of the blade. Without it, you remain dull, unable to cut through the resistance that stands ahead. Relational alignment also brings encouragement. For years, you have walked misunderstood, explaining yourself to ears unwilling to hear. But now, voices are coming who will see you without explanation. They will recognize your light instinctively, celebrate your victories sincerely, and hold space for your tears without judgment. Their presence will feel like breath after suffocation, like water in a dry land. Do not dismiss these connections as coincidence. They are divine appointments, answers to prayers you barely dared to whisper. And yet, discernment is key. Not every friendly face is an alignment. Some come cloaked in charm but lack depth. Some appear supportive but are secretly threatened. How then will you know? By fruit. True alignments bear fruit of peace, clarity, and growth. Counterfeits breed confusion, doubt, and stagnation. Trust the spirit within you. If your peace is disturbed, If your spirit feels uneasy, step back. Alignment never demands you ignore discernment. Beloved, chosen one, your upgrade is too weighty to be carried in isolation, but it is also too precious to be entrusted to everyone. Heaven is orchestrating the connections, weaving together a network designed to sustain you. Some will walk with you for a season, others for a lifetime. Do not mourn those who leave. Not all are meant for every chapter. Honor the role they played. Release them with peace, and embrace the ones God sends next. Remember also, alignment is reciprocal. As you are sharpened, you must also sharpen. As you are encouraged, you must also encourage. Do not only look to receive, be willing to give. Your presence may be the answer to someone else's prayer. Your counsel may be the protection that keeps another from falling. Your encouragement may be the fuel that pushes someone through their storm. To align is to both give and receive, to both strengthen and be strengthened. Do not be surprised if alignments come from unexpected places. Sometimes the mentor you need is not who you imagined. Sometimes the ally comes wrapped in difference, teaching you perspectives you never considered. Sometimes the mirror is someone younger, yet carrying wisdom for your blind spots. Do not reject alignment because it does not match your expectations. Heaven writes the script differently than you would. Beloved, cherish the relationships heaven brings. Guard them with prayer. Invest in them with time. Protect them from the poisons of gossip, comparison, and neglect. These alignments are not casual, they are critical. They are the scaffolding that holds you steady as you rise. They are the ropes that catch you when the climb feels steep. They are the echoes of heaven's voice, reminding you that you are not alone. And know this, the enemy hates alignment. He will try to sow division, misunderstanding, and mistrust. Do not give him ground. When tension arises, address it quickly. When offenses threaten, choose forgiveness. When communication falters, choose clarity over assumption. Alignment must be nurtured with intentionality. It does not flourish by accident. It grows because both parties choose to protect it. Below a chosen one. The arrival of these alignments is proof of your promotion. Heaven is not sending you into greater influence, empty-handed. You are being surrounded, supported, sharpened, and sustained. The loneliness of past seasons is breaking. You are stepping into community, into covenant, into the kind of relationships that multiply your strength. Stand firm in this truth. You are no longer walking alone. Look around with the eyes of the Spirit. The alignments are forming. The sharpening has begun. And the circle around you is no longer filled with drainers, but with carriers of destiny. This is part of your upgrade. This is part of your new reality. And as you walk forward, you will see just how much further you can go when aligned with the right ones. Chosen one. You have seen how heaven aligns people in your life, sharpening you and surrounding you with those who strengthen your journey. Now comes something equally powerful: confirmation. You have prayed. You have waited. You have questioned. Lord, is this truly you? And in His mercy, God answers not with one sign, but with layers of confirmation, so your heart may be anchored in certainty. Confirmation is heaven's way of reminding you that you are not imagining things. It is the echo of God's voice repeating through different channels, reassuring you that the upgrade is not fantasy, but reality. Sometimes it comes through scripture, when a verse leaps off the page with fire. Sometimes it comes through people, when someone unknowingly speaks the exact words your spirit needed. Sometimes it comes through numbers, visions, dreams, or even the timing of events that align too perfectly to be random. Beloved, when heaven wants you to know something is true, He confirms it in multiple ways. You may see the same phrase 3 times in 1 week. You may hear the same scripture from different voices. You may even find the very words you prayed in secret suddenly repeated by someone who could never have known. These are not coincidences. They are divine confirmations. And here is the beauty. Confirmation is not for God's sake, but for yours. He already knows His plan. He repeats Himself so that your faith may grow steady, so that your doubts may be silenced, so that you may step boldly without fear of mishearing. The Apostle wrote with clarity in his second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 13, verse 1, "Every matter must be established by the testimony of 2 or 3 witnesses. This is heaven's principle. Truth is confirmed by multiple witnesses. Your upgrade is not hanging on a single fragile sign. It is being reinforced by repeated signals, by converging voices, by patterns that prove God is speaking. If you have seen the same confirmation more than once, take heart. It is heaven securing your confidence. But hear this. Beloved, confirmation is not always comfortable. Sometimes it points you in directions you resisted. Perhaps you hoped God would confirm your desire to stay in the familiar, yet He keeps pointing toward the new. Perhaps you longed for Him to bless a relationship, but every confirmation warns you to let go. Do not twist confirmation to fit your preference. Receive it as truth, even when it challenges you. Confirmation also comes with responsibility. It is not just comfort, it is commission. When heaven repeats itself, it is saying, move, act, obey. Do not become addicted to endless confirmations while refusing to take the first step. God may confirm, but you must choose. The light on the path is shining, but your feet must walk. Beloved chosen one, I want you to see how personal God is with His confirmations. He knows the language of your heart. For some, it is numbers like waking at the same hour, repeatedly, or seeing the same sequence again and again. For others, it is words that resonate deeply, or dreams that feel too vivid to ignore. For still others, it is peace that settles suddenly in the middle of chaos. However He chooses, He always speaks in a way you can recognize. This is why today I ask you to join in a prophetic act. In the comments, write the number 555. Why this number? Because 5 is the number of grace, and 555 is heaven's thunderous reminder that grace is confirming and covering you. When you type 555, you are declaring, I receive confirmation with grace. I will not doubt what heaven has made clear. Do not underestimate this act. It may feel simple, but it is profound. Writing 555 is your agreement with the confirmations already surrounding you. It is your way of saying, Lord, I hear you. I believe you. I will walk in obedience. These numbers are not magic. They are markers. They mark your faith, your surrender, your alignment. Beloved, reflect for a moment. Can you remember recent times when confirmations surrounded you? The same message heard twice, the same scripture resurfacing, the same thought repeating until you could no longer dismiss it. That was heaven's way of saying, do not fear. This is me. Now, you must choose to accept it, to anchor yourself in trust, and to move without hesitation. Confirmation is also heaven's shield against deception. When voices of confusion swirl, confirmation cuts through the noise. It distinguishes God's whisper from the enemy's counterfeit. This is why you must hold tightly to the confirmations you receive. Write them down. Record the dates. Remember them in moments of doubt. They will serve as anchors when storms come, reminding you that your steps are ordered by heaven. Beloved, do not despise the gentle ways God confirms His word. Some expect lightning bolts and dramatic signs, but often it is in the still, small voice, repeated gently, that confirmation comes. Do not dismiss the whisper just because it is not a shout. God speaks in ways that nurture trust, not fear. And know this, as your upgrade grows, confirmations will become even more precise. What once was broad will become detailed. What once felt general will become specific. This is heaven tightening the clarity, ensuring you cannot miss your path. The closer you move to destiny, the clearer the voice becomes. But never forget, confirmation is not an end in itself. It is a means to faith, and faith must lead to obedience. Do not get stuck waiting for sign after sign, like Gideon demanding fleece after fleece. Receive the confirmation, give thanks, and then act. Heaven repeats itself, not because it is unsure, but because it wants you sure enough to move. So, chosen one, take courage. Confirmation surrounds you. Grace marks you. Heaven is speaking, and its voice echoes in ways too consistent to be ignored. Anchor yourself in this truth. You are not mishearing. You are not mistaken. You are not walking blind. You are walking confirmed. And as you seal this moment, comment 555. Let it echo as your agreement. Let it mark your faith in the unseen realm. Let it stand as testimony that you have heard, you have believed, and you will obey. Beloved, the days of doubt are ending. The season of certainty is here. Walk boldly, for heaven has spoken and it has confirmed. Chosen one, confirmation has come. Heaven has spoken through witnesses, through repeating patterns, through whispers in the night and signs in the day. You are no longer stumbling in uncertainty. Now, a new dimension opens. Authority. This is where the upgrades move from internal shifts and external provision into something even weightier, the activation of spiritual authority in your life. Authority is not the same as influence. Influence is the ability to move people. Authority is the ability to shift atmospheres. Influence is seen in followers, numbers, and applause. Authority is seen when demons flee, when peace silences storms, when words spoken in faith rearrange reality. Influence may impress crowds, but authority terrifies darkness. And, beloved, heaven is activating that authority in you now. You may not feel powerful. You may still feel the trembling of fear or the residue of old wounds, but authority does not flow from how you feel. It flows from who you are in Christ. Authority is bestowed, not earned. It rests on you because you are chosen, because you are crowned, because you carry the name above all names. Think of the centurion who said to Jesus, "I too am a man under authority." He understood that true power is not in titles, but in alignment. because he was under authority. He could speak with authority. So it is with you. Your authority comes from your surrender. The deeper your obedience, the greater your authority. The sacred words recorded in Luke, chapter 10, verse 19. I have given you authority to trample on snakes and scorpions and to overcome all the power of the enemy. Nothing will harm you. Let that promise settle in your spirit. You are not at the mercy of darkness. You are not fragile, easily broken by curses or whispers. You have been given authority, not partial, not temporary, not conditional. Authority to trample, to overcome, to walk unharmed in places where others fall. The enemy knows this. That is why he works so hard to keep you ignorant of it. But now your eyes are opening. You are realizing who you are and what rests on your life. Authority manifests first in your words. The same mouth that once cursed itself with doubt now carries fire. When you speak, things shift. When you pray, strongholds tremble. When you declare, heaven backs you. Do not waste words in complaint or gossip. Your tongue is a weapon now. Train it for blessing, for decree, for alignment with truth. Authority also manifests in your posture. You no longer walk hunched in shame. You stand tall, not in arrogance, but in dignity. Your presence communicates strength without a word. Even your silence carries weight, because you are anchored in something greater than yourself. People may not understand why they respect you, but their spirit recognizes the mantle upon you. Beloved, authority is also tested. Do not think the enemy will yield ground without challenge. Situations will arise that seem designed to shake your confidence. But remember, authority is not proven in ease, but in resistance, just as a soldier proves skill in battle. So your authority proves itself when darkness pushes back. Do not shrink. When tested, stand firm. The power in you is greater than what comes against you. Authority must also be wielded with humility. Many fall here. They mistake authority for permission to dominate, to control, to lord over others. But true authority serves. Jesus washed feet, even as he carried the universe in his hands. Authority that does not serve is counterfeit. Use your mantle to lift others, not to crush them. Speak life, not oppression. Guide, not manipulate. Protect, not exploit. This is how authority reflects heaven. Beloved, chosen one. Recognize that authority is not only spiritual but practical. It shows up when you bring order to chaos, when your decisions bring peace, when your presence diffuses tension. Authority is when your yes and no carry weight. Not because you shout, but because truth resonates in your being. You do not need to raise your voice to prove authority. The authority is in the spirit that rests on you. And know this, authority grows. What begins as confidence in prayer becomes boldness in intercession, then clarity in leadership, then breakthrough in entire territories. As you remain faithful, your sphere of authority will expand. First, over your own life, then your family, then communities, then perhaps even nations. Do not despise small beginnings. Authority is like a flame. It grows as you steward it. At times, you may feel unworthy of this. You may look at your flaws and think, how can I carry authority when I still struggle? But remember, authority is not perfection, it is position. You are seated with Christ in heavenly places. That position cannot be undone by your weakness. You grow into your authority, yes, but it is already yours. The enemy thrives when you doubt it. He falls when you use it. Beloved, take courage. You are entering a season where your words will carry unusual weight. You will pray and see sudden results. You will declare and watch things align. You will walk into rooms and feel the atmosphere shift. Do not be surprised when others notice something different about you. It is not charisma, it is authority. And it is heaven's gift, not your achievement. So wield it well. Protect it with humility. Anchor it in obedience. Use it to heal, to guide, to bless. Never forget, you carry something bigger than yourself. Authority is not for display, it is for impact. It is part of your upgrade, part of your mantle, part of the destiny that marks you as chosen one. Authority has been placed upon your life. You have begun to walk in a weight that shifts atmospheres, a mantle that declares who you are in the Spirit. But with authority comes something subtle and dangerous, the testing of the heart. Heaven will not entrust crowns to those whose hearts are corrupted by pride, greed, or bitterness. This is why, after authority is activated, the heart must be refined again. The human heart is the wellspring of life, and yet it is also the most easily deceived. Outwardly, you may walk in power, but inwardly, if motives are twisted, the authority will soon collapse. Heaven knows this. That is why you may find yourself in situations now where your heart is being exposed not to shame you, but to protect you. When resources increase, does greed rise within you? When people honor you, does pride whisper that you are greater than others? When influence expands, do you secretly crave control instead of service? These questions are not accusations, they are mirrors. Heaven holds them up so that you may see clearly what is within. For what is not purified will eventually sabotage your destiny. It was written with eternal wisdom in the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 23. Above all else, guard your heart, for everything you do flows from it. Do you feel the weight of those words? Beloved, guard your heart, not your reputation, not your possessions, not your comfort, your heart, because everything in your life flows from it. Authority, provision, relationships, opportunities, all are influenced by the condition of your heart. If the heart is pure, everything it touches flourishes. If the heart is corrupted, everything it touches decays. This is why God allows you to be tested. Tests reveal what is hidden. Tests are mirrors, showing motives you might prefer to ignore. They come when you least expect them, a sudden success that tempts you to boast, a sudden lack that tempts you to fear, a sudden betrayal that tempts you to harden your heart. How you respond in these moments reveals whether your heart is aligned with heaven or drifting into shadow. Beloved, do not mistake testing for punishment. Tests are gifts. They give you a chance to realign before destruction comes. They expose cracks before the whole structure collapses. They are acts of mercy, not wrath. When God reveals pride, it is not to condemn you, but to heal you. When greed surfaces, it is not to shame you, but to free you. When bitterness emerges, it is not to disqualify you, but to cleanse you. The testing of the heart also prepares you for greater responsibility. You may long for influence, but without humility, influence will consume you. You may dream of wealth, but without generosity, wealth will enslave you. You may desire visibility, but without purity, visibility will destroy you. The tests are training, shaping you into someone who can carry weight without breaking, who can remain soft while standing strong. Beloved, chosen one, remember how Saul, though anointed, allowed insecurity to twist his heart. He craved the approval of people more than obedience to God, and his reign collapsed. Contrast him with David, who, though flawed, kept a tender heart before God. David repented quickly, worshipped deeply, and sought God's presence above all. That is why his throne endured. The difference was not perfection, but heart posture. So too with you. Heaven does not demand flawlessness. Heaven seeks a surrendered heart, a heart quick to repent, quick to forgive, quick to obey, a heart that values presence over performance, obedience over recognition, service over applause. That is the kind of heart that can sustain authority without falling into ruin. Beloved, I urge you, do not ignore the whispers that reveal what is within. If preterices, humble yourself before God. If greed tempts, give generously. If bitterness festers, forgive quickly. These small choices keep your heart soft and your path clear. Guarding your heart is not a one-time act, it is a daily discipline. Guard it against envy, which poisons gratitude. Guard it against comparison, which blinds you to your own grace. Guard it against cynicism, which chokes out hope. Guard it against lust, which distorts love. Guard it against despair, which drowns faith. Each of these seeks entry, but you have authority to lock the gates. Remember too that guarding your heart does not mean hardening it. Some confuse protection with walls. They close themselves off, refusing to trust, refusing to feel, refusing to risk. But a hardened heart cannot carry love, and without love, all authority becomes empty. Guarding means keeping it pure, not closing it off. It means filtering what enters, not refusing all connection. Beloved, you may wonder, how do I guard my heart in such a noisy world? The answer is presence. Stay close to the one who sees you fully, in his presence. Impurities are exposed and cleansed, in his presence. Motives are realigned, in his presence. Wounds are healed. A guarded heart is not one protected by walls of fear, but one immersed in the presence of love. And know this, your heart is more resilient than you think. The trials you endured did not break it, they revealed its depth. The betrayals you survived did not harden it, they taught it compassion. The delays you withstood did not empty it, they stretched its capacity. Your heart, beloved, though scarred, is still beating with purpose. Guard it well, for it is the vessel of your destiny. Let this truth anchor you. The testing of your heart is not to destroy you, but to crown you. The fire is refining, not consuming. The exposure is healing, not humiliating. The challenge is shaping, not breaking. When you emerge, your heart will be softer yet stronger, humble yet bold, surrendered yet unshakable. Beloved chosen one, Lift your eyes. Do not fear the tests. Welcome them as signs that heaven trusts you enough to refine you further. Each test passed is proof that you are being prepared for greater glory. Guard your heart with diligence, for from it flows the life that will sustain your upgrade. Chosen one. Everything until now has been shaping you privately. Release, reforging of identity, calibration of your heart, activation of authority. But now comes a moment you cannot hide from, the public shift. This is when what has been worked on in secret begins to be displayed in the open. The oil that was poured on your head in private is about to glisten in the eyes of others. The public shift is not about fame, it is about visibility for purpose. God does not elevate you so people can applaud you. He elevates you so His glory may be seen through you. The same way, a city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Your light is now breaking into places where it cannot be ignored. Those who once overlooked you will suddenly recognize you. Those who doubted you will be forced to acknowledge the change. This shift may feel uncomfortable at first. For so long you have been misunderstood, dismissed, or invisible. It became normal to move unseen, to labor quietly, to bear fruit in silence. Now heaven is placing you where eyes can see. The hidden will be revealed. The overlooked will be honored. The silent prayers will become public testimonies, as Jesus Himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14. You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Beloved, do you feel the weight of those words? You are not merely carrying light, you are the light. It is not arrogance, it is identity. God Himself has placed His glory within you, and now it is shining outward. You cannot dim it for comfort. You cannot hide it for fear of criticism. The time for hiding is over. The public shift has come. But hear me, visibility is both blessing and responsibility. When your light shines, it draws both seekers and skeptics. Some will be inspired by your rise, while others will be irritated. Some will celebrate you, while others will criticize. Do not let either reaction control you. Applause is not your source of validation, and criticism is not your measure of worth. Your assignment is to shine, not to please. Beloved chosen one, this public shift will also change how others relate to you. People who once ignored your voice will now ask for your counsel. Those who once doubted your gifts will now seek your help. Some may even try to rewrite history, pretending they always believed in you. Do not waste energy resenting them. Simply keep walking. Let your transformation speak louder than explanations ever could. The public shift is also a test of humility. The temptation will be to think, finally, I am seen. Finally, I am valued. But remember, your worth was never in visibility. You were chosen when no one saw you. You were crowned before anyone clapped for you. The public shift does not make you chosen. It simply reveals what was already true. Hold this truth close, so your heart remains steady amidst attention. And here, beloved, is where I speak plainly. If this word resonates with you, do not let it stay silent. Share this message not for numbers, but because others need the same encouragement you are receiving. Someone in your circle is still stuck in the shadows, doubting their worth, questioning their path. Your act of sharing might be the light that awakens them. Take a moment also to like this word if it speaks to your spirit. It may seem small, but each like is a declaration. I agree with this truth. I receive this for my life, and subscribe to stay connected. Because this journey of upgrades is not a single moment, it is unfolding step by step. Remaining connected keeps you aligned with the flow of revelation being released. Finally, I invite you to interact by commenting below. Let your voice echo in agreement. Write something as simple as, "I receive this," or "This is my season." Your comment is not just text on a screen, it is a prophetic marker. It signals to heaven and earth that you are stepping into your public shift with boldness. Beloved, the visibility coming your way may feel overwhelming, but it is necessary. You were never meant to stay hidden forever. You were hidden for a season of preparation. But now you are revealed for a season of purpose. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for shining. This is not about ego, it is about obedience. Hiding your light is not humility, it is disobedience. Think of Esther, hidden in the palace until the moment her voice was required. When the time came, she did not remain silent. She rose, and her courage saved a nation. Think of Joseph, hidden in prison until Pharaoh summoned him, and his wisdom preserved entire nations from famine. Your public shift is not about applause, it is about impact. Lives are tied to your obedience. Yes, some will misunderstand. Yes, some will question. Yes, some will oppose. But none of that matters more than obedience. Shine anyway. Speak anyway. Stand anyway. The shift is not about who agrees with you, it is about who sent you. Beloved chosen one, this is your moment. You are the light on the hill. You are the voice rising from silence. You are the testimony others need to see. Walk boldly into visibility. Handle the attention with humility. Steward the influence with integrity. And remember always, this shift is not about your glory, but His. So let your light shine. Let your voice carry. Let your life declare what God has done. And as you do, mark this moment like share, subscribe, and comment in faith, not for performance, but as a prophetic act of alignment. Heaven has placed you on the hilltop, and from here forward, your light cannot be hidden. Chosen one, now that your light has been lifted into visibility, something tender and unexpected begins to surface. The healing of hidden wounds. Public shifts bring honor, but they also bring pressure, and pressure has a way of drawing out what lies beneath the surface. Wounds long buried, scars carefully concealed. Hurts never fully faced, these rise to the surface, not to shame you, but to be healed. For years, you have learned how to function while wounded. You smiled when your heart ached. You worked while your spirit bled. You carried responsibilities while quietly wondering if you would ever feel whole. Others saw strength, but God saw the cracks behind the strength. He saw the little child within you, still grieving what was lost, still aching from what was broken, still longing for love that was denied. Beloved, hear this. God will not allow you to carry hidden wounds into the fullness of your upgrade. Authority without healing becomes harsh. Visibility without wholeness becomes dangerous. Provision without restoration becomes hollow. This is why, in His mercy, He is bringing your wounds to the surface now, not to embarrass you, but to free you. The psalmist testifies with clarity in the scriptures. Psalm 147, verse 3. He heals the brokenhearted and binds up their wounds. Let these words settle in you. Healing is not optional for the chosen. it is promised. You were never meant to remain broken forever. The same God who called you also committed himself to restore you. The same hand that crowns you also binds your wounds. He is not repelled by your pain. He moves toward it with compassion. Hidden wounds are tricky because they masquerade as personality. Bitterness disguises itself as toughness. Fear dresses itself as caution. Distrust poses as wisdom. But at the root lies a wound unhealed. Perhaps it was rejection from family, betrayal from friends, failure that crushed your confidence, or loss that left your heart raw. Whatever the source, you learn to cope. But coping is not the same as healing. Coping numbs the pain. Healing removes it. Beloved, healing often begins with exposure. The Spirit may bring memories back to your attention, not to torment you, but to show you what still needs His touch. You may feel emotions rise unexpectedly, tears during prayer, anger in conversations, sadness when you thought you had moved on. Do not resist this. These are signals that the great physician is pressing gently on old wounds, ready to apply His balm. Healing also requires honesty. God cannot heal what you pretend does not exist. Too often, chosen ones learn to downplay their pain. It wasn't that bad. I should be over it by now. Others have suffered more. These words minimize wounds, but do not close them. Beloved, your pain matters. Your wounds matter. They are not insignificant to God. He desires truth in the inward parts. And truth includes acknowledging where you still hurt. But honesty must be coupled with surrender. You cannot heal yourself. Time alone does not cure. Success cannot cover. Relationships cannot replace. Only the presence of God heals at the root. When you surrender your wounds to Him, when you lay down your grief, your anger, your regret, He begins the deep work. Sometimes it is instant, other times gradual, but always complete. Do not fear the process. Healing may feel vulnerable, as if layers are being peeled back. But vulnerability is not weakness. It is the soil where restoration grows. God does not expose wounds to ridicule you, but to release you. The pain that surfaces is the pain that leaves. Every tear that falls in His presence waters seeds of wholeness. Beloved chosen one, understand that healing is not only for your benefit, it is also for those you are called to serve. Wounded leaders wound others. Broken vessels spill bitterness. But healed hearts heal hearts. When your scars are touched by grace, they become testimonies of hope for others still bleeding. Your healing will ripple outward, bringing freedom to those connected to you. Healing also redefines strength. True strength is not the ability to hide pain, it is the courage to face it. It is not the refusal to cry, it is the willingness to weep and still rise. It is not pretending you are unbreakable, it is admitting where you cracked and allowing God to make you whole again. Your wounds do not disqualify you, they authenticate you. They prove that you have walked through fire and emerged refined. Beloved, you may ask, why now? Why bring up the past when I am finally moving forward? The answer is simple. God loves you too much to let old wounds sabotage new blessings. He knows that pain ignored eventually resurfaces. Better to face it now, in His presence, than later, under the weight of greater responsibility. Healing is preparation, not punishment. Some wounds will heal through quiet moments in prayer, where His presence washes over you like oil. Others may heal through trusted conversations, where speaking the pain releases its power. Still, others may heal through acts of forgiveness, where you release those who hurt you into God's hands. Each path is unique, but all lead to the same destination: wholeness. Beloved chosen one, I see you still standing, though scarred, still walking, though weary, still believing, though broken. Heaven says you too, and heaven's decree is clear: healing is yours. Do not resist it. Do not fear it. Open your heart and let Him bind what has bled for too long. When the healing is complete, you will notice the difference. Situations that once triggered pain will no longer hold power. Words that once reopened wounds will lose their sting. Memories that once tormented will become testimonies of triumph. You will carry scars. Yes, but scars without pain, reminders of what you survived, not chains of what you suffered. Beloved, the upgrade is not only about crowns and mantles, it is also about wholeness. God is not just making you powerful, He is making you whole. He is not just giving you authority, He is giving you peace. He is not just raising you in public, He is restoring you in private. That is the beauty of His love. He cares for the warrior and the child, the leader and the wounded one. So rest in His presence. Let the healing come. Trust the hands that carry both power and tenderness. And know this with certainty: the wounds that once defined you will not follow you into the future. You are being made whole. Chosen one. Healing has touched your hidden wounds, and you are lighter, freer, more whole than you have felt in years. But God does not simply heal and leave you to walk alone. The next stage of your upgrade unfolds with a gift that is both humbling and empowering: the emergence of a mentor. Throughout the sacred story of humanity, no chosen one ever rose without guidance. Moses had Jethro, Joshua had Moses, Elisha had Elijah, Timothy had Paul. Even the disciples had Jesus Himself, walking with them, correcting, teaching, empowering. The path of destiny is too steep and too filled with blind corners to be walked in isolation. And now, as part of your upgrade, Heaven is positioning someone in your life who carries keys you need for the road ahead. A mentor is not merely a teacher. A teacher imparts information. A mentor imparts formation. A teacher fills your mind. A mentor shapes your character. A teacher may guide you for a season. A mentor marks you for a lifetime. The one God is sending, or perhaps has already sent, will not just answer your questions, but will model what you are becoming. But understand this clearly: mentors are not idols. They are vessels. They are not meant to be worshipped or copied in every detail, but to guide you toward your own destiny. The danger many fall into is clinging so tightly to mentors that they never step into their own identity. Heaven gives mentors not to replace your voice, but to awaken it. The writings of the Apostle remind us in Hebrews chapter 13, verse 7, "Remember your leaders, who spoke the word of God to you. Consider the outcome of their way of life and imitate their faith." Notice the wisdom in these words. You are not called to imitate every action, but their faith. Faith is the core, the heartbeat, the engine that drives their life. Mentors show you how faith looks in motion, how trust walks in flesh, how obedience is lived out in real decisions. Beloved, when a mentor emerges, humility must be your posture. Pride resists correction, but humility receives it. The Spirit may use your mentor to highlight blind spots, to challenge assumptions, to confront behaviors you didn't even realize were hindering you. At times, their words may sting. But remember, sharpening is never comfortable. You asked God for growth, and growth often arrives in the form of correction. And yet, mentorship is not one-sided. While you receive, you also give. Mentors are not perfect. They, too, need encouragement, honor, and prayer. Do not simply draw from them, pour into them as well. Your gratitude, your attentiveness, your prayers are part of the exchange. Mentorship is not exploitation, it is covenant. Beloved chosen one, sometimes the mentor God sends will not look like what you expect. You may imagine someone polished, powerful, universally admired, but heaven often surprises us. The one sent may be humble, unnoticed by the crowd, yet carrying depths of wisdom you could not see at first glance. Do not dismiss the vessel because of its appearance. Look for the fruit of faith, the evidence of wisdom, the resonance in your spirit. That is how you will recognize the mentor sent by God. And sometimes, the mentor comes disguised as difficulty, a stern boss, a challenging elder, a demanding guide, someone who stretches you in ways that feel uncomfortable. Later you will see that their sharpness carved strength in you. Do not despise the forms mentorship may take. Heaven knows what you need. And sometimes, what you need is not comfort, but challenge. Beloved, mentors are bridges to places you could not reach alone. They have walked paths you have not yet traveled. They carry testimonies that will serve as maps for your journey. Their wisdom can save you years of wandering. Their correction can save you from devastating mistakes. Their encouragement can keep you steady when you feel like giving up. This is why mentorship is a gift of mercy. It accelerates your growth and protects your destiny. But there is a balance to hold. While you honor your mentor, you must also listen to the Spirit within you. A true mentor will never demand blind obedience. They will guide you toward God, not away from Him. They will point to your calling, not chain you to theirs. If ever you feel manipulated or diminished, step back and seek clarity. Mentorship ordained by heaven liberates. It does not enslave. Beloved, chosen one. You may already sense who this person is. Perhaps someone in your life has consistently spoken truth into you. Perhaps a figure has recently appeared who stirs something in your spirit. Perhaps you are still waiting, but feel the anticipation rising. However it unfolds, trust that God knows the exact voice you need at the exact moment. Mentorship is not only about learning skills, it is about receiving impartation. When Elisha followed Elijah, he did not simply observe miracles, he caught the mantle. When Timothy walked with Paul, he did not just hear sermons, he inherited faith. When you walk closely with a mentor, something beyond teaching transfers: a spirit, a courage, a depth. This is the hidden gift of mentorship. And know this, mentorship is seasonal. Some mentors will walk with you for life, others only for a chapter. Do not cling to one longer than heaven intends. Honor them, bless them, and release them when the season ends. In the same way, to be ready for new mentors to appear as you grow. Each level of your upgrade may require a different voice to guide you. Beloved, embrace this with joy. You are not meant to figure everything out alone. You are not expected to navigate the unknown with no compass. Heaven has placed people on your path to guide, to protect, to accelerate. Receive them with humility. Honor them with gratitude. And walk with them in covenant. And when the time comes, you too will become a mentor. The wisdom you glean, the scars you heal, the victories you win, they are not only for you. One day, others will look to you as their guide, their bridge, their mirror, and you will pour out what was once poured into you. This is the divine cycle, mentored, then mentoring, sharpened, then sharpening, guided, then guiding. Beloved chosen one, rejoice in this stage of your upgrade. The mentor is emerging. The guide is near. The wisdom you need is being delivered. Walk humbly. Listen attentively. And honor deeply. For in this covenant of mentorship, heaven is equipping you for victories you could not win alone. Chosen one, you have walked with mentors who sharpen and shape you, preparing you for heights that once felt unreachable. Now, another dimension of your upgrade unfolds, the revelation of seasonal strategy. Just as the earth moves through times of planting, growing, and harvesting, so your life moves through divine seasons. To misinterpret the season is to miss the blessing. To align with it is to walk in unstoppable momentum. The writer of wisdom declared in Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, "There is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens." This truth is simple yet profound. There is a time to begin and a time to pause, a time to sow in tears and a time to reap in joy, a time to build and a time to rest. The problem is not that God withholds upgrades, but that many do not discern the season. They try to harvest when it is time to plant, or they try to sprint when it is time to rest. Frustration grows not because God is absent, but because timing is misaligned. Beloved, heaven is now sharpening your discernment. You are being given eyes to see not only what to do, but when to do it. Strategy is not only about the how, it is also about the when. Some doors are not locked, they are simply scheduled to open later. Some promises are not denied, they are simply waiting for their appointed hour. You may have wondered why certain prayers, though repeated with faith, seemed unanswered. Perhaps you questioned if God heard you at all. But now you see, it was not neglect, it was timing. Heaven waits until the soil is ready before releasing the rain. A harvest delivered too early rots. A promise given too soon overwhelms. Timing is mercy, not cruelty. Beloved, chosen one, pay attention to the signs of your season. When you are in a planting season, opportunities to sow abound. The Spirit nudges you to invest, to serve, to give, to labor, even when no fruit is visible. Do not despise this stage. Seeds hidden in the soil are never wasted. When you are in a growing season, doors open for learning, for stretching, for being shaped in hiddenness. The fruit is not ripe yet, but the roots are deepening. When you are in a harvesting season, the work is lighter and the results more visible. Gratitude must mark this time, for it is not your effort alone, but heaven's hand that multiplies. And yes, there are resting seasons too, seasons where the field lies fallow, not as punishment, but as preparation. In these times, You may feel stillness, even stagnation, but beneath the surface, the soil is being renewed. Do not confuse rest with waste. Rest is holy. It recalibrates your spirit, restores your strength, and readies you for the next surge of activity. Beloved, to master seasonal strategy is to walk with wisdom. Imagine a farmer demanding a harvest in winter or planting in the middle of frost. Foolishness, isn't it? Yet many do this, spiritually demanding outcomes that do not align with the current season. That is why God is training you now, so you no longer waste energy pushing against the rhythm of heaven. This is where your upgrade expands. You are being invited into partnership with divine timing. The more you yield to His rhythm, the more peace you will feel, even in waiting. The more you align with His timing, the faster you will see results, because you are no longer swimming against the current, but flowing with it. And so, as a prophetic act of agreement, I want you to comment the number 888 below. Why this number? Because 8 is the number of new beginnings, and 888 is heaven declaring a new season, a fresh cycle, a multiplied beginning. When you type 888, you are not just posting digits, you are sealing your alignment with seasonal strategy. You are declaring, I will walk in rhythm with heaven, not in the chaos of my own impatience. Oh, beloved, imagine how much lighter life becomes when you no longer fight the season. No more frustration at closed doors, they are simply waiting to open at the right time. No more jealousy at another's harvest, you know your planting season will have its turn. No more despair. At seasons of rest, you recognize the soil is being renewed. This wisdom frees you from striving and anchors you in peace. Let me remind you of this. Jesus Himself moved in perfect timing. He waited 30 years before stepping into ministry. Though He was filled with power long before, He told His mother at Cana, "My hour has not yet come," because He understood seasons. When His time arrived, no force could stop Him. The same is true for you. When your season arrives, nothing can hinder it. But until then, do not rush, do not compare, do not despair. Rest in the knowledge that every season has purpose. Plant when called to plant. Rest when called to rest. Harvest when called to harvest. Each stage is sacred. Each stage is necessary. Each stage is part of your upgrade. Beloved chosen one, reflect on your current moment. What season are you in? Do you feel the Spirit urging you to sow? Even if no fruit appears yet, do you sense a call to rest? Though everything in you resists slowing down, do you see doors swinging wide, signaling harvest has come? Pay attention. Discernment will guide you, and peace will confirm your steps. And remember, seasons shift. If today feels barren, tomorrow may burst with abundance. If today feels hidden, tomorrow may roar with visibility. No season lasts forever. The rhythm of heaven moves continually, ensuring that no stage defines you permanently. You are not stuck, you are being cycled. Beloved, rejoice in this truth. The God who appointed seasons for the earth has also appointed seasons for your life. He who sends spring after winter, summer after spring, autumn after summer, will also send harvest after sowing, joy after sorrow, clarity after confusion. You are never abandoned in endless winter. The turning always comes. So anchor yourself in patience. Align yourself with wisdom. Comment 888 as your prophetic agreement, and step boldly into the new beginnings unfolding before you. Your upgrade is not just about what you receive, it is about when you receive it. And in this season, the timing of heaven is your greatest gift. Chosen one, the rhythm of seasons has begun to shape your path. You are learning when to plant, when to wait, when to harvest, and when to rest. Yet, even as you align with heaven's timing, another layer of your upgrade appears: the refining fire. This is not the gentle warmth of comfort, but the blazing furnace of trial. It is not meant to consume you, but to purify you. Fire has always been a symbol of testing and transformation. Gold is refined in fire, dross rises to the surface, leaving only purity. Clay is hardened in fire. What was fragile becomes durable. Wood is tested in fire. What cannot endure is reduced to ash. And so it is with your spirit. The refining fire does not destroy the chosen, it reveals them. You may ask, why must I endure more trials when I have already suffered enough? Beloved, hear this: trials do not come to mock you, they come to prove you. A soldier may be trained in theory, but only in battle is skill tested. A vessel may be beautiful, but only under pressure is its strength revealed. So too with you. The fire is not evidence of God's absence, but of His nearness. He is refining you because He trusts you with greater weight. The psalmist declared with reverence in the scriptures, Psalm 66, verse 10, "For you, God, tested us, you refined us like silver." Do you feel the power of those words? Refinement is not punishment, it is preparation. Silver cannot shine until fire has melted away the impurities. In the same way, your light cannot fully break forth until the refining fire has purified your heart, your motives, your faith. Beloved, the refining fire often manifests in hardship. Relationships are stretched, finances are pressured, plans unravel. Yet, what the enemy intends for destruction, heaven uses for refinement. The fire exposes attachments you must release, fears you must confront, pride you must lay down. It strips away illusions, leaving only what is eternal. This is why many who are chosen endure greater intensity. You carry weight, others do not. And so your refining must go deeper. Do not compare your trials to others. Their calling is not yours. Their refining is not yours. Your fire feels hotter because your mantle is heavier. The refining fire is not random, it is targeted. Heaven knows exactly what must be removed and what must remain. Perhaps impatience still clings to you, so delays are permitted. Perhaps insecurity still whispers. So, circumstances arise that force you to anchor your confidence in God alone. Perhaps hidden pride lingers. So, situations humble you. Each flame is purposeful, each spark intentional. Beloved, do not despise the fire. Many resist it, seeking escape. But what you resist, you prolong. The quicker path is surrender. When you say, "Lord, have your way," the fire does its work swiftly. When you cling in fear, the fire lingers, waiting for your surrender. Do not fear what is refining you. The same hand that ignites the fire also watches over you within it. Remember the 3 Hebrew men in Babylon's furnace. They walked in fire, yet not a hair was singed. Why? because another walked with them, one whose presence made the flames powerless. So too with you. You are never alone in refining. The presence of the Holy One walks with you, ensuring that the fire sanctifies but does not destroy. Beloved chosen one, you must also see that refinement brings resilience. After fire, gold does not melt in the same way again. After trial, your faith no longer shakes as easily. Refinement hardens your resolve, strengthens your endurance, deepens your roots. You become unshakable, not because life is easy, but because you have walked through fire and lived. And know this, refinement produces authority. Those who have suffered carry weight when they speak. Their words are not empty, they are forged in fire. Their prayers carry power because they know what it means to wrestle in the dark. Their presence brings comfort because they have endured what others fear. This is why God refines you, so that your life may carry authority born not of theory but of testimony. Beloved, when you emerge from the fire, you will not look like what you endured. Others will marvel, saying, "How did you survive?" They will see strength but not smell smoke, glory but not ashes, beauty but not scars. Your refinement will be evidence of God's hand, proof that He can bring life out of loss, victory out of trial, purity out of fire. Take courage. If you are in the furnace now, you are not forgotten. You are being purified. If you feel the heat rising, know that it will not last forever. Fire does its work in seasons. It does not burn endlessly. When its purpose is complete, the flames will subside, and you will step forth radiant. Beloved, trust the process. The refining fire is not against you, it is for you. It is removing what could destroy you later. It is shaping you into someone who can carry greater glory without collapse. It is sealing you with resilience for the journey ahead. So stand firm in the fire. Do not panic. Do not run. Do not curse the flames. Instead, lift your head and declare, "This will not consume me. This will complete me." For you are silver being refined, a vessel being strengthened, a chosen one being prepared. When the fire ends, and it will end, you will stand purer, stronger, and brighter than you have ever been. And the world will know you are chosen, refined, and unstoppable. Chosen one, you have endured the refining fire. And though it tested you, it has not destroyed you. Instead, it has purified you, stripping away what could not remain, leaving only what is eternal. Now, after fire comes glory, the unveiling of purpose so radiant that even those who once doubted you will be silenced. This is not a season of mere survival, it is a season of radiant emergence. The unveiling of purpose is the moment when all the hidden threads of your journey begin to weave together. Every trial, every tear, every delay, every battle suddenly aligns into a tapestry of meaning. You begin to see why you had to walk through valleys, why certain doors closed, why certain people left. It was not chaos, it was choreography. Heaven was stitching together a narrative far greater than your pain. The apostle wrote with power in Romans chapter 8, verse 28. And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose. Beloved, this is not a cliché, it is a covenant. Every scar you carry, every loss you endured, every disappointment you survived is now being redeemed into purpose. What once looked like fragments are now becoming foundations. What once seemed like wasted years are now being revealed. As preparation, you are stepping into the unveiling, where everything begins to make sense. And with this unveiling comes responsibility. Purpose is not a trophy to admire, it is a calling to embody. You are not shown who you are so you can boast. You are shown who you are so you can serve. The mantle you carry is not for display but for impact. Your voice is not for applause but for liberation. Your light is not for vanity but for illumination in dark places. Beloved, the unveiling of purpose also comes with clarity. For years, you may have wrestled with confusion, wondering, why am I here? What am I meant to do? But now, the fog lifts. You begin to hear your assignment clearly. It may come in whispers during prayer, in visions that refuse to fade, in opportunities that align too perfectly to be chance. Suddenly, the fragments of your identity fit together like pieces of a puzzle. Do not be afraid if this unveiling feels bigger than you imagined. It should. Purpose always exceeds personal comfort. If it feels impossible, it is likely divine. Heaven never calls you to what you can accomplish alone. Purpose always requires dependence on God, courage to step beyond fear, and faith to walk where logic falters. Beloved, I speak to your heart here. If these words resonate, take a simple step of agreement. Like this message, not for my sake, but as a prophetic act of saying, yes, I see my purpose unfolding. Share it, because someone you know is still drowning in confusion, and your act of sharing could be the light that points them toward clarity. Subscribe to stay aligned with this journey, for each step forward builds on the last. Do not disconnect midway. Stay in rhythm with what heaven is unfolding. The unveiling of purpose is also the unveiling of authority. When you know who you are, your words carry new weight. Doubt loses its grip. Fear loses its sting. And hesitation loses its voice. You no longer second-guess every step. Because purpose anchors you. You move with conviction. Speak with boldness. Act with confidence, not because you are flawless, but because you are aligned. And with purpose comes protection. Heaven guards those walking in assignment. Doors will open that no man can shut. Enemies will fall by their own snares. Even what rises against you will serve to advance your mission. You do not need to manipulate, force, or prove anything. Simply walk in obedience, and purpose will carve the path before you. Beloved, the unveiling also requires pruning. Some things cannot travel with you into this next stage. Old habits, lingering doubts, toxic relationships, they must be released. Purpose is a narrow road, and excess baggage cannot fit. Do not cling to what heaven is removing. Trust that the subtraction is making space for multiplication. Remember, too, that purpose is revealed in layers. Today, you may see only the first glimpse. Tomorrow, more detail will emerge. Next year, the picture will expand further. Do not demand the full blueprint at once. Walk faithfully with the light you have, and more light will follow. The journey of purpose is progressive revelation, not instant download. Beloved, let me remind you of this truth. Your purpose is not fragile. It cannot be stolen, only delayed. It cannot be erased, only ignored. As long as you remain aligned, it will find you. Even your mistakes cannot cancel it. They are woven into the testimony that fuels it. This is why the unveiling is so powerful. It shows you that nothing was wasted, not even the parts you regret. You are stepping now into visibility, not just for yourself, but for generations connected to your obedience, your children, your community, your circle. They will all be touched by your alignment. When you rise, they rise. When you walk in purpose, their path becomes clearer. You are not only carrying your destiny, you are unlocking doors for many others. Beloved, chosen one, rejoice in this unveiling. Stand tall in it. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize for clarity. This is the moment heaven has been preparing you for. The moment where hiddenness gives way to impact. Shine without hesitation. Speak without fear. Move without doubt. The unveiling of purpose is here, and you are ready. And as you receive this word, seal it with action. Like, share, subscribe, and align your spirit outwardly as you have inwardly. These small steps are not empty clicks. They are markers of agreement, acts of faith, declarations of readiness. You are not just hearing about purpose, you are stepping into it. Beloved, the refining fire is behind you. The unveiling of purpose is before you, and heaven is smiling, saying, "This is the one I have chosen. This is the vessel I have prepared. This is the life that will carry my glory." Walk forward, for your purpose is not only revealed, it is unstoppable. Chosen one, you have seen your purpose unveiled, and the weight of it fills your spirit with awe. Yet even as you step into clarity, heaven calls you deeper, not only to know your purpose, but to declare it. For words are not idle. Words create, shift, and seal. What you speak becomes the atmosphere you walk in. And this is the season to align your mouth with your mantle. From the very beginning, creation itself was born through declaration. Light existed because God said, "Let there be light." Oceans parted, nations rose, and destinies unfolded through words spoken in authority. In the same way, your upgrade demands that you stop speaking as a victim of circumstance and begin speaking as a carrier of destiny. Beloved, hear this clearly. Silence in moments of purpose is dangerous. Fear tempts you to stay quiet, to keep your dreams hidden, to water down your identity. But heaven is urging you, now open your mouth, release your voice, declare what has been placed within you. For when you declare, heaven backs your words with power. Scripture says in the Gospel of Mark, chapter 11, verse 23, "Truly I tell you, if anyone says to this mountain, 'Go, throw yourself into the sea,' and does not doubt in their heart, but believes that what they say will happen, it will be done for them." Do you feel the fire in those words? Mountains move not only by prayer but by declaration. Obstacles yield not only to silent belief but to spoken faith. This is why the enemy works tirelessly to silence your mouth. If he can mute your declaration, he can weaken your authority. But no more. This is the season for your voice to rise. Beloved, declarations must be intentional. You cannot speak aimlessly and expect transformation. You must align your words with the promises of God, the truths of Scripture, the clarity of your purpose. Instead of saying, "I'm uncertain," declare, "I walk in clarity." Instead of saying, "I'm weak," Declare, I carry divine strength. Instead of saying, I might fail, declare, I am chosen, and I cannot be stopped. I know. And so, as a prophetic act today, I want you to comment these words below. I hear you. I know. Simple. Yes. But powerful. Why? Because in declaring those words, you are aligning yourself with heaven's voice. You are saying, Lord, I recognize what you are speaking. I am not deaf to destiny. I am tuned in. I am ready. I am listening. Those 3 words are more than a sentence. They are a covenant of attentiveness. When you type, I hear you, you are breaking agreements with confusion. You are silencing the noise of doubt. You are declaring that in a world filled with distractions, you will not miss the voice of your caller. It is your way of saying, I will not wander aimlessly, I will walk guided. End quote. Beloved, understand this. Declarations are not for heaven's benefit, they are for yours. God does not need reminding of his promises. You do. Speaking truth rewires your mind, strengthens your spirit, and shifts your perspective. When you declare, faith rises within you, and the atmosphere around you begins to align with what you speak. Some of you have been living under declarations spoken by others, negative words, curses, labels. Those voices told you, you're not enough, you'll never make it, you're too broken, you're too late. Those declarations tried to shape your life. But now, your voice overrides them. Your declaration cancels their lies. Your words, aligned with heaven, are stronger than any curse spoken against you. Beloved, chosen one, begin to declare daily over your mind, I carry the mind of Christ. Over your body, by his stripes, I am healed. Over your family, as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Over your finances, my God supplies all my needs. Over your destiny, no weapon formed against me shall prosper. Speak it until your atmosphere matches your words. And yes, déclaration require persistance. Mountains may not move at the first word, but as you continue, as you speak consistently, the unseen realm bends. The natural world aligns. Persistence in declaration is proof of faith, and faith always produces fruit. Beloved, remember that your upgrade is not silent, it is vocal. The authority you carry is not only in your heart but on your tongue. Use it, wield it, release it. The world does not need more silence from the chosen. It needs your voice, firm and unshaken, echoing the words of heaven. And so I ask again, do not delay. Type the words, I hear you. Let them be your agreement, your seal, your marker. Let them resonate as testimony that you are not deaf to destiny, but fully awake, fully listening, fully aligned. Beloved, one day you will look back and realize that the shift began when you stopped merely thinking and started declaring, when you stopped rehearsing fears and started speaking faith, when you stopped echoing lies and started proclaiming truth. That is the power of your declaration. That is the moment mountains began to crumble. You are chosen. You are anointed. You are crowned. And your voice carries the sound of heaven. Declare it boldly. Speak it daily. Type it now. I hear you. This is the anthem of your upgrade, the language of your purpose, the voice of your destiny. chosen one. Your voice has risen in declaration, and with each word, you have aligned yourself more deeply with the rhythm of heaven. But now another layer of the upgrade unfolds: vision. Vision is more than sight. It is insight. It is the ability to see beyond what is into what will be. It is the unveiling of pictures that exist first in the spirit before they manifest in the natural. Without vision, even the chosen stumble. You may walk with zeal, but without direction. You may carry fire, but without focus. Vision is the compass that ensures your steps lead to destiny, not distraction. It is heaven's blueprint etched into your heart, guiding you when the world shouts conflicting voices. The prophet wrote with piercing clarity in Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 3, "For the revelation awaits an appointed time. It speaks of the end and will not prove false. Though it linger, wait for it. It will certainly come and will not delay." Do you see the beauty of this? Beloved, vision does not lie. If God shows it, it is real. If He plants it in your spirit, it is inevitable. Delay is not denial. Waiting is not abandonment. Every vision carries its own appointed time. Your role is not to manufacture it, but to hold it faithfully until its hour arrives. Vision is often misunderstood. Some expect it to appear as grand, cinematic scenes. And yes, sometimes it does. But often, vision is subtle. A burden that will not leave. A dream that repeats. An idea that refuses to die. A picture that lingers long after you wake. Heaven speaks through nudges as well as through flashes. Do not dismiss the small whispers. They are often the seeds of great vision. Beloved, vision is also costly. It sets you apart. It makes you see differently, think differently, move differently. Others may be satisfied with comfort, but you are restless until vision is fulfilled. Others may laugh at your dreams, but you cannot let them go. Vision burns inside you like fire, and until it manifests, you cannot pretend to be ordinary. And yet, vision requires stewardship. Many receive glimpses, but fail to protect them. They speak too soon, exposing their vision to voices of doubt that crush it. They grow impatient, trying to force timing, and end up birthing counterfeits. Or they bury the vision, dismissing it as fantasy, never giving it the faith to grow. Beloved, do not fall into these traps. Guard what heaven has shown you. Nurture it in prayer. Write it down. Wait with patience. Writing the vision is itself a prophetic act. When you write, you make the invisible tangible. You give form to what was formless. You remind yourself in moments of doubt that the vision is real, not a fading dream. And one day, when fulfillment comes, you will look back at those words and testify, God did exactly what He said. No, beloved, vision is not only about the future, it shapes your present. When you know where you are going, your daily choices align. You no longer waste time on distractions because they do not serve the vision. You no longer settle for lesser paths because they do not match the vision. Vision disciplines you, not as a burden, but as a compass. And know this, vision is not only personal. Yes, God shows you glimpses of your individual calling, but He also reveals how your vision intersects with others. Destiny is communal. Your vision will bless not only you, but those connected to you. That is why alignments are critical, because your vision often requires partnership. Beloved chosen one. Understand also that vision attracts opposition. The clearer your vision, the stronger the resistance. Do not be surprised when others mock or minimize it. They cannot see what you see, because it was not shown to them. Do not waste energy convincing them. Vision does not require universal agreement. It requires faithful obedience. When Joseph shared his dreams, his brothers hated him. When Nehemiah envisioned rebuilding the wall, enemies mocked him. When Jesus spoke of his kingdom, leaders plotted against him. Yet every vision prevailed, not because others believed, but because heaven ordained it. Your vision will also prevail, regardless of who doubts or resists. Beloved, hold steady. The vision may tarry, but it will not fail. It may seem delayed, but it is perfectly timed. Trust that heaven has already scheduled its unveiling. In the meantime, prepare, build skills, deepen faith, strengthen character, so when the vision manifests, you are ready to carry it without breaking. And remember, vision is not static. It expands. What God shows you today may be only the first chapter. As you walk in obedience, more pages will be revealed. Stay open. Do not limit God to your current imagination. His vision for you is always larger, always higher, always beyond what you thought possible. Beloved chosen one, rejoice. The fact that you carry vision is proof that heaven has marked you for impact. Do not despise the waiting. Do not doubt the glimpses. Do not abandon the dream. Vision is the seed of destiny, and its fruit is certain. One day, you will look around and realize you are standing inside what you once only saw in prayer. The dream will become daily life. The glimpse will become reality. And you will say, surely the vision was true. Surely God was faithful. Until that day, guard it, nurture it, believe it, for the vision will not fail, and you are chosen to carry it. Chosen one, vision has been entrusted to you, and you now carry glimpses of what heaven intends to manifest through your life. But with vision comes a weight few anticipate, the challenge of isolation, for vision often sets you apart, making you walk a path that others cannot understand. This separation is not punishment, it is consecration. It is the space where God carves strength into your spirit and clarity into your soul. Isolation is a furnace all its own. It feels like silence, like being overlooked, like standing in the middle of the crowd, but still feeling unseen. You may wonder, why do I feel alone when I am chosen? Why does destiny separate me from the very people I long to walk with? Beloved, the answer is this: not everyone can walk where you are going. The narrow road grows narrower the closer you move toward destiny. The prophet Jeremiah himself carried this burden. In his writings, he confessed seasons of loneliness, bearing words too heavy for his peers to understand. Yet it was in that very solitude that the fire of his calling was kindled. Moses, too, was drawn into wilderness isolation for 40 years before leading Israel. Even Jesus withdrew to solitary places, not because he lacked love for the crowd, but because intimacy with the Father required separation. The Spirit speaks again through the psalmist in Psalm 25. Verse 14, the Lord confides in those who fear him. He makes his covenant known to them. Do you hear the intimacy in that verse? the Lord confides. He whispers secrets not into the noise of the crowd, but into the stillness of the secluded heart. The deeper the revelation, the greater the separation. God draws you into quiet, so he can reveal what cannot be heard amidst clamor. Beloved, isolation sharpens hearing. When the noise of approval and criticism fades, you begin to discern the voice of God with clarity. When familiar comforts are removed, you lean fully on his presence. The solitude that feels like abandonment becomes the sanctuary where you are taught mysteries no one else could explain. This is why isolation is not rejection, it is invitation. But know this, isolation also reveals what you truly believe about yourself. In the crowd, it is easy to draw identity from applause. In solitude, you must anchor identity in God alone. This is where insecurity dies and confidence in the caller is born. If you can stand firm in isolation, you can stand anywhere. Beloved chosen one. Isolation is also a refining filter for relationships. When God separates you, some people naturally drift away. It may ache, but it is purposeful. He is showing you who was tied to your calling and who was tied only to your comfort. Those meant to walk with you will endure the distance and return aligned. Those who vanish were never meant for the weight of your journey. Do not despise this sifting. It saves you from clinging to companions who cannot carry the load of your destiny. It teaches you that solitude is survivable, that your joy does not depend on constant validation. And in due time, it makes you treasure covenant relationships all the more when they appear. Beloved, the temptation in isolation is despair. The enemy whispers that you are forgotten, abandoned, or overlooked. Resist these lies. Remember Joseph in prison, forgotten by men, yet not by God. Remember David in caves, hunted by enemies, yet still anointed. Remember Jesus in Gethsemane alone in prayer, yet attended by angels. Solitude may feel empty, but heaven always watches. Do not rush out of isolation prematurely. Many try to fill the silence with noise, the loneliness with counterfeit relationships, the waiting with distractions. But isolation has a purpose, and escaping too soon forfeits its fruit. Stay until the work is complete. Stay until the whispers of heaven become clear. Stay until the solitude feels less like prison and more like sanctuary. Beloved, when isolation ends, and it will, you will emerge different. Your voice will carry new depth. Your eyes will hold new clarity. Your steps will radiate new confidence. People will sense it without explanation. They will say, something has changed in you, not knowing it was solitude that sculpted you. And when you stand in crowds again, you will no longer fear being misunderstood. You will no longer crave constant approval. You will no longer cling desperately to company. You will walk with others. Yes, but from a place of fullness, not desperation. You will know that even if all leave, you are never truly alone. Beloved, chosen one. Hear this truth deeply. Isolation is not the end of your story. It is the sharpening chapter. It is the womb where purpose grows unseen until its time of birth. It is the cave where prophets emerge, the desert where leaders are forged, the silence where songs of destiny are written. So, do not fear the quiet. Do not curse the loneliness. Do not despise the separation. Embrace it as sacred. It is evidence that heaven is confiding in you, drawing you nearer, preparing you for what the crowd could never prepare you for. When you emerge from this season, you will walk lighter, hear clearer, love deeper, and stand stronger. You will carry not only vision, but resilience, not only authority, but intimacy. And the world will see not someone broken by solitude, but someone crowned by it. Beloved, the upgrade continues, and isolation is part of its design. Endure it with grace, and soon you will testify, the silence was my sanctuary, the solitude was my schooling, and the God who confided in me there never left me for a moment. Or, chosen one, you have walked through isolation, and though it tested you, it also revealed treasures you could not have discovered in the noise of the crowd. Now, you are being led into another dimension of your upgrade, the unveiling of prophetic confirmations in patterns. Heaven does not only speak once, it weaves its voice into rhythms, numbers, and sequences that repeat until you recognize the language. God is not silent. He is speaking continually, but often not in the ways you expect. You may look for a loud voice, but instead, He shows you the same sign 3 times in 1 week. You may dismiss a repeated dream, but heaven is saying, pay attention. You may notice numbers appearing over and over on clocks, receipts, addresses, and these are not coincidences. They are patterns of confirmation, heaven's way of engraving the message into your spirit until it cannot be ignored. It was proclaimed in the book of Job, chapter 33, verses 14 to 15. For God does speak now one way, now another, though no one perceives it. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people as they slumber in their beds. Beloved, do you see? God is not limited to one method. He speaks in multiple ways, often repeating Himself until the message takes root. What feels like chance is often confirmation. What seems random is orchestration. Heaven has been speaking to you in patterns, and this is the season to recognize and embrace them. Some of you have noticed repeating numbers on digital clocks, license plates, or receipts. They seem to chase you, showing up again and again. This is not accident, it is signal. Heaven often uses numbers as markers. Think of 7, the number of completion. Think of 12, the number of government and order. Think of 40, the number of testing. Each carries weight, and when these numbers appear repeatedly in your path, heaven is marking your journey, confirming your alignment, reassuring you that the upgrade is unfolding. Others have experienced dreams repeating in sequence. At first, you dismiss them, but when the same image appears a second or third time, you begin to sense that heaven is emphasizing something. Repetition is revelation. When Pharaoh dreamed of fat cows and lean cows, it was not random, it was doubled to confirm its certainty. Likewise, heaven may repeat to you so that your faith is strengthened. Beloved, chosen one. Here is the danger. Many ignore these patterns. They shrug and call them coincidence. But those who dismiss the language of heaven remain blind to encouragement and direction. Do not ignore the whispers. Pay attention. Record what repeats. Ask the Spirit to interpret. Patterns are not distractions, they are confirmations. And this is why I invite you now into a prophetic act. In the comments, type the number 2222. Why this number? Because 2 is the number of agreement and witness, And in this season, heaven is saying, "What I have spoken, I confirm again and again." Writing 2222 is more than typing digits. It is declaring, "I recognize the patterns. I agree with the confirmations. I receive the witness of heaven over my life." Oh, beloved, imagine how much peace fills your heart when you realize you are not stumbling in randomness. You are walking in rhythm. Every repeated pattern is heaven's way of reassuring you. You are not lost. You are guided. You are aligned. When the same number, phrase, or vision appears, do not fear it, embrace it. It is God's way of saying, "I am here. I am leading you. Keep going." End of. Even scripture testifies through repetition. Jesus often said, "Truly, truly, I say to you," repeating for emphasis. Angels cry, "Holy, holy, holy," not once, but 3 times. The repetition is a pattern that seals truth. In the same way, heaven's repetitions in your life are seals of assurance. Beloved, patterns are also protective. When confusion surrounds you, patterns cut through the noise. They remind you that you are not wandering blindly. They redirect you when you drift. They anchor you when doubt whispers. A repeated confirmation is heaven's way of steadying your steps, so you do not miss the appointed path. But patterns require stewardship. Do not only notice them, write them. Keep a record. Build a journal where you note repeating numbers, dreams, or signs. Over time, you will see the thread weaving. You will realize that nothing was random, that every repetition was leading you somewhere specific. This record will strengthen you in moments of doubt, reminding you of heaven's consistency. Beloved chosen one, be encouraged. The upgrade is not fragile. Heaven is confirming it repeatedly to you, not because he doubts himself, but because he loves you enough to reassure you. Your path is secure. Your steps are marked. Your journey is confirmed. So look again at the patterns around you. Do not dismiss them. Do not call them coincidence. Hear them for what they are, confirmations. And seal your agreement by typing 2222, not as superstition, but as prophetic recognition that heaven speaks in repetition, and you are listening. Beloved, walk forward now with confidence. You are not guessing. You are guided. You are not lost. You are marked. The patterns will continue, and with each repetition, your faith will grow stronger. This is the language of heaven, and you are learning to understand it. Chosen one, the patterns have spoken. Numbers, dreams, and confirmations have wrapped around your journey like threads of gold, reminding you that heaven has not left you wandering. Yet now, another layer of your upgrade unfolds: the season of stewardship. This is where vision, authority, and alignment must be managed faithfully, so they multiply into greater influence. Stewardship is the proving ground of destiny. It is not about what you have in your hand, but how you handle it. A chosen one does not wait for abundance to become faithful. Faithfulness is revealed in the little. If you can be trusted with small assignments, you will be entrusted with larger ones. If you can handle responsibility in obscurity, you will be elevated in visibility. The sacred text reminds us in Luke, chapter 16, verse 10, "Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much, And whoever is dishonest with very little will also be dishonest with much. Beloved, take these words as both encouragement and warning. Encouragement, because your faithfulness in hidden places has not been wasted. Heaven has taken note. Warning, because greater responsibility comes only when you prove yourself trustworthy in the now. Do not despise the small, for the small is the seedbed of the great. Stewardship extends to every area of your upgrade. It is how you use your words. Do you waste them in gossip or wield them in faith? It is how you handle relationships. Do you honor alignments or neglect them? It is how you treat your body. Do you care for the vessel that carries your calling, or do you dismiss it as unimportant? Every choice reveals whether you can carry more. Beloved, stewardship also applies to resources, finances, opportunities, time. These are not accidents, they are trusts. Some of you are praying for financial overflow, but heaven is asking, how are you managing what you have? Some are praying for greater influence, but heaven is asking, how are you stewarding the people already entrusted to you? Increase does not come by wishing, it comes by faithful handling. This is why I speak plainly. If this word resonates with you, I invite you to act as a steward even now. Like this message, not as flattery, but as a way of saying, I honor what heaven has given me. Share it. Because stewardship is never hoarding, it is multiplying. Someone in your circle is hungry for the same clarity you have received, and your act of sharing may be the seed of their breakthrough. And subscribe, because stewardship is consistency, choosing to remain connected to the stream of revelation that feeds your spirit. Beloved, do not underestimate the weight of stewardship. Heaven watches how you handle time spent in prayer, how you manage moments of silence, how you respond to correction. Even the unseen habits are recorded. And when heaven sees faithfulness in secret, promotion is inevitable in public. But stewardship is not only about management, it is about multiplication. The parable of the talents reminds us that servants were judged not on what they received, but on what they produced. The one who hid his talent in fear was rebuked, while those who multiplied were honored. Beloved, your upgrade is not only for you, it must expand outward. Your gifts must serve others. Your light must brighten dark spaces. Your blessings must overflow into lives connected to you. This is why stewardship requires boldness. Fear tempts you to bury what you carry, but boldness compels you to release it. Some of you have been waiting for perfect conditions to step into your calling, but stewardship is not about waiting, it is about moving with what you have now. Start with the little. Speak to the one, even if you dream of thousands. Write the page even if you long for books. Sow the seed even if you desire fields. Multiplication begins with movement. Beloved, remember also that stewardship is deeply tied to gratitude. Those who complain about what they lack rarely multiply what they have, but those who give thanks, even for the little, position themselves for more. Gratitude transforms scarcity into sufficiency and sufficiency into abundance. Gratitude is the soil where stewardship flourishes. You may ask, but what if I fail, beloved? Failure in movement is better than stagnation in fear. God is not harsh with those who try, He is harsh with those who bury. A failed attempt can be redeemed, a buried talent cannot. Heaven honors courage, even when imperfect. And so, chosen one, take this seriously. The season you are entering is not only about receiving upgrades, but about proving you can carry them. Heaven is watching, not just what is in your hand, but what you do with it. Do you guard it with fear, or release it with faith? Do you hoard it in insecurity, or multiply it in boldness? The answer determines how much more can be entrusted to you. Beloved, picture this. Every act of stewardship today builds the platform for tomorrow. Every faithful choice, every moment of obedience, every step of consistency is laying bricks for the house of destiny. Neglect weakens the structure. Faithfulness fortifies it. You are building, even now, what generations after you will stand upon. So, be diligent, be faithful, be bold, and mark this moment with action like share and subscribe, not because it benefits me, but because it trains you in stewardship. It teaches you to value what you receive, to spread what you carry, to stay connected to what feeds you. These are the habits of the faithful, and they lead to multiplication. Beloved chosen one, you are not merely blessed, you are trusted. You are not merely gifted, you are accountable. Steward well what you carry, and watch heaven entrust you with even more. For those who prove faithful with little will one day be rulers over much. Chosen one, you have stepped into stewardship, proving with your actions that what heaven entrusts you will not be wasted. But stewardship alone is not the end. It ushers you into another profound stage of your upgrade, the moment of decree. This is when heaven calls you not only to walk in obedience, but to speak with authority, shaping the atmosphere around you with words anchored in faith. From the very beginning, the power of decree was woven into creation. Light appeared because God decreed, "Let there be light." The earth responded to his words, not to his silence. In the same way, what you decree with faith-filled conviction begins to shape your reality. For too long, many chosen ones have allowed circumstances to dictate their words. But this is the season where your words must dictate your circumstances. The wisdom of Scripture confirms this in Job, chapter 22, verse 28. You will also decree a thing, and it will be established for you, and light will shine on your ways. Beloved, do you grasp the magnitude of this promise? What you decree in faith does not remain idle, it becomes established. It takes root in the unseen and manifests in the seen. Your declarations are not empty breath. They are seeds that birth outcomes. Heaven waits for your voice to agree with its promises so that alignment may occur on earth. But decrees are not casual wishes. They are not birthed from doubt or fear. A decree is firm, unshaken, spoken with authority because you know it aligns with the heart of God. When you decree healing, it is not because you hope vaguely. It is because you know the stripes of Christ secured it. When you decree breakthrough, it is not blind optimism, it is alignment with heaven's covenant of provision. Beloved, this is where many falter. They speak timidly, as if hoping God might agree. But you must speak boldly, knowing that you are not commanding God, you are echoing him. The decree of the chosen is powerful because it mirrors the decree of the Almighty. You are not inventing, you are aligning. This is why, in this moment, I ask you to mark your agreement with a prophetic declaration. In the comments, type these 3 simple words: I choose life. I do. Why this? Because life and death are in the power of the tongue. When you type, I choose life, you are declaring that despair will not dominate you, that fear will not chain you, that curses spoken against you will not take root. You are aligning yourself with the decree of heaven, which always chooses life, abundance, and blessing or destruction. Beloved, this is more than text on a screen. It is a seal of faith. It is you saying to the unseen realm, my words will no longer partner with death. I will no longer curse my own destiny. I will decree life, and it will be established. Understand this. Decrees create momentum. When you wake and decree, this is the day of breakthrough. Heaven responds. When you stand before challenges and decree, I will not be shaken. The unseen realm shifts. When you lay your hands on your work and decree, this will prosper. You invite divine multiplication. Your decrees build the atmosphere you walk in. But decrees must be consistent. One declaration in faith is powerful, but consistent decrees build fortresses. Speak daily. Repeat truth until it saturates your atmosphere. Over time, your decrees will form walls of protection around your mind, your home, your destiny. Beloved, decreeing is not arrogance, it is partnership. It does not make you God, it shows you are aligned with God. Silence in moments of trial allows lies to echo, but a decree silences lies with truth. Fear says, you will fail. You decree, I am more than a conqueror. Darkness whispers, you are forgotten. You decree, I am engraved on the palms of his hands. Chosen one, heaven has been waiting for your voice. The world has heard enough of your doubts, your fears, your self-criticism. It is time for your words to shift. It is time for your decrees to match your destiny. It is time to speak as one crowned, not as one crushed. So let today be marked by this prophetic act. Type, I choose life. Whisper it aloud. Declare it until your spirit trembles with agreement. For when you decree life, heaven establishes it, and light shines on your ways. This is your upgrade, to no longer be silent, to no longer echo fear, but to decree with authority. And as you decree, watch as mountains crumble, doors open, and destiny manifests. Beloved, chosen one, your voice is not ordinary. It carries the weight of heaven. Use it. Decree life. Decree blessing. Decree destiny. And watch as your words shape the world around you. Chosen one, decrees have begun to flow from your spirit. And already the atmosphere bends to the weight of your words. Yet heaven is not only calling you to speak, it is calling you to see with prophetic clarity. This is the unveiling of prophetic sight, a higher dimension of perception where your eyes are trained, not just on what is visible, but on what is invisible. Not just on what is natural, but on what is spiritual. Prophetic sight is not imagination, it is revelation. It is the Spirit peeling back layers of reality to show you what lies beneath. While others see obstacles, prophetic sight reveals opportunities. While others see chaos, prophetic sight discerns divine order. While others see endings, prophetic sight perceives beginnings hidden within them. It was spoken with force in 2 Kings, chapter 6, verse 17. And Elisha prayed, "Open his eyes, Lord, so that he may see." Then the Lord opened the servant's eyes, and he looked and saw the hills full of horses and chariots of fire all around Elisha. Beloved, do you grasp the power of this moment? One man saw only danger, but the prophet saw protection. One saw armies of earth, the other saw armies of heaven. Nothing had changed. In reality, only the perception shifted. That is prophetic sight. And now, heaven is opening your eyes. You will begin to notice layers you missed before. Conversations will carry hidden meanings you discern instantly. Situations that look hopeless will suddenly reveal threads of victory. Even dreams and visions will sharpen, carrying clarity that leaves no room for confusion. This is not coincidence, it is upgrade. Beloved, prophetic sight comes with responsibility. What you see is not for entertainment, but for intercession. God may show you the struggles of another, not so you can gossip, but so you can pray. He may reveal warnings, not so you can boast in your discernment, but so you can protect and prepare. Prophetic sight is sacred, and those who treat it lightly risk distortion. It also requires humility. The temptation is to believe that seeing makes you superior, but prophetic sight is not earned. It is gifted. The gift is not about your worthiness, but about your willingness to carry heaven's perspective. Pride blinds, humility sharpens. If you would keep your vision clear, keep your heart surrendered. Beloved, chosen one, understand this. Sight and faith walk together. Sometimes what you see with prophetic eyes will contradict what your natural eyes perceive. You may see victory while your circumstances scream defeat. You may see open doors while every natural sign says closed. This is the test of prophetic sight. Will you trust what heaven shows you over what earth tells you? And yes, prophetic sight can be costly. Others may not understand. When Joseph shared his dreams, his brothers resented him. When prophets in Scripture declared visions, they were often mocked. Not everyone can handle what you see. Discern carefully when to share and when to remain silent. Some visions are meant only for your prayers. Others are meant for your steps. A few are meant for public declaration. Wisdom distinguishes them. Beloved, prophetic sight also trains you in patience. To see is not always to act immediately. God may show you a glimpse of your future long before you are ready to walk in it. The vision is not false, but its fulfillment is appointed. Prophetic sight demands you carry the tension of already knowing while not yet arriving. And know this, the clearer your sight, the fiercer the warfare. The enemy hates vision, because vision dismantle déception. When you see clearly, lies lose power. Confusion loses grip. Fear loses ground. That is why your sight will be contested through distraction, through doubt, through distortion. Guard your eyes, both natural and spiritual. Protect what you allow in, for what you feed your spirit affects what you see. Beloved, chosen one, prophetic sight is not only for great revelations, it is also for daily steps. Sometimes heaven shows you not the grand future, but the next small move. Do not despise this. Destiny is not leapt into, it is walked into, step by step. Prophetic sight ensures you do not trip in the dark, but walk with confidence in the light. And when sight comes, anchor it in prayer. Every revelation should lead you back to the source. Ask for interpretation. Ask for confirmation. Ask for wisdom. Sight without interpretation can confuse. Sight without prayer can mislead. Keep your vision tethered to the one who opened your eyes in the first place. Beloved, rejoice in this. Your eyes are being opened. You will no longer walk blind, tossed by every storm. You will no longer stumble in confusion, uncertain of the way forward. You are receiving prophetic sight, and with it comes stability, clarity, and strength. Soon, you will look back at seasons of blindness and marvel, how did I survive without seeing? And you will testify that the moment your eyes opened, everything shifted. Fear diminished. Hope rose. Direction became clear. For once you see, you cannot unsee. This is your upgrade. Beloved, sight beyond sight, vision beyond vision, clarity beyond confusion. Walk in it with humility, steward it with prayer, and let it sharpen your journey into destiny. Chosen one, prophetic sight has opened before you, and you now see beyond the veil of the ordinary. Yet with sight comes another dimension of your upgrade, the awakening of spiritual warfare at higher levels. You cannot carry light this radiant without attracting opposition, this fierce. The brighter your lamp, the stronger the shadows that seek to extinguish it. But do not fear, this warfare is not a sign of weakness. It is proof of advancement. Spiritual warfare is not new. From the beginning, those chosen for divine purpose have faced resistance. Adam and Eve faced the serpent. Moses confronted Pharaoh. Elijah battled the prophets of Baal. Jesus himself was tempted in the wilderness. Destiny always draws conflict, because light threatens darkness. And now, as you rise into your upgrade, you step into battles not meant to destroy you, but to confirm your authority. The apostle declared in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms." Beloved, let these words settle. Your battle is not with people. Though humans may oppose you, though words may wound you, though systems may resist you, they are not the root. Behind them move spiritual forces, whispering, manipulating, stirring. If you fight only the surface, you miss the source. To walk in victory, you must recognize where the real battle lies. And this battle intensifies when upgrades unfold. The enemy does not waste energy on those who pose no threat. Resistance is evidence of relevance. If your warfare has grown heavier, it is because your destiny has grown weightier. Darkness perceives your potential and trembles. Every attack is confirmation that you are moving in the right direction. Beloved, warfare takes many forms. Sometimes it appears as external pressure, doors slamming shut, resources drying up, people turning against you. Other times it is internal, sudden waves of fear, anxiety, or discouragement. Still other times it is subtle distractions, multiplying, confusion clouding, temptations intensifying. Each form seeks the same outcome, to pull you out of alignment, to silence your decree, to blind your sight. But hear this clearly, you are not defenseless. You are not wandering into battle unarmed. The moment you were chosen, you were equipped. The armor of God rests upon you, the belt of truth, the breastplate of righteousness, the shield of faith, the helmet of salvation, the sword of the Spirit. These are not metaphors, they are spiritual realities. When you stand clothed in them, No weapon formed against you can prosper. Beloved chosen one. Do not confuse warfare with defeat. The presence of battle is not evidence of failure, but of forward motion. Ships are attacked only when they carry treasure. Soldiers are ambushed only when they march into enemy territory. The very resistance you face is proof that you are carrying something valuable, something the enemy fears. And know this, every battle is allowed for your strengthening. Warfare trains you. It sharpens your discernment, deepens your prayer life, fortifies your faith. What once intimidated you will one day seem small. Giants that once terrified you will become testimonies you recall with laughter. Each victory enlarges your authority, proving that you are not only chosen, but battle-tested. Beloved, spiritual warfare also teaches dependence. In moments of overwhelming attack, you realize that your strength alone is insufficient. Pride crumbles, and surrender rises. You cling to God more tightly, pray more fervently, worship more desperately, and in that intimacy, you discover that victory is never by might nor by power, but by His Spirit. There will be times when you feel surrounded, as if every side closes in. Remember Elisha's servant, whose eyes were opened to see chariots of fire surrounding them. You too are surrounded not by defeat, but by deliverance. Angels are assigned to you. Hosts of heaven fight for you. You may feel outnumbered in the natural, but in the spirit, you are never the minority. Beloved, recognize also that warfare requires strategy. Not every battle is fought the same way. Some are fought through fasting, where flesh is silenced, so spirit may rise. Others are fought through worship, where songs become swords and praise dismantles prisons. Still, others are fought through silence, where refusing to respond to provocation robs the enemy of power. Wisdom discerns which weapon to wield in each moment. And remember, the fiercest battles often come right before the greatest breakthroughs. It is the final attempt of darkness to intimidate you before you cross into new territory. Do not retreat when the war intensifies. It is a sign that victory is near. Push forward, stand firm, and refuse to yield. Beloved chosen one, take courage. You were not chosen to be crushed. You were chosen to conquer. You were not crowned to cower. You were crowned to command. Your upgrade includes warfare, yes, but also guaranteed victory. The blood of the Lamb has already secured triumph. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from victory. So stand tall in the battle. Lift your shield. Wield your sword. Guard your mind. Anchor your heart. Remember whose army you belong to. And when the smoke clears, you will emerge stronger, bolder, more radiant than before. For the warfare you endure is not the end of your story. It is the furnace forging your authority, the battlefield proving your destiny, the struggle confirming your upgrade. And when you rise from it, the testimony on your lips will silence every doubt. The Lord was with me, and I prevailed. No, chosen one. Warfare has tested you, but you have not fallen. Instead, you have emerged sharper, wiser, more anchored than before. And now, as the battle smoke clears, heaven ushers you into one of the most profound layers of your upgrade, the mantle of influence. This is not about fame, it is about impact. It is not about recognition, It is about responsibility. Influence is the outflow of authority and the fruit of alignment. It is how heaven extends its reach through your surrendered life. Influence is not measured by numbers alone. Some carry influence over thousands, others over a single household. But in heaven's eyes, both are weighty if stewarded faithfully. To lead one soul toward light is as precious as to guide a multitude. Influence is about assignment, not audience size. And now, beloved, your influence is expanding, whether in whispers or in shouts, in hidden corners or public platforms. You are being positioned to shape atmospheres beyond yourself. The sacred texts remind us in Matthew, chapter 5, verse 16, "In the same way, let your light shine before others, that they may see your good deeds and glorify your Father in heaven." This is the essence of influence, that through your light, others glorify God. Influence is not meant to draw attention to you, but through you, you become a lens through which others glimpse the radiance of the Father. Every action, every word, every choice carries weight, rippling outward into lives you may never even meet. Beloved, influence is subtle, yet unstoppable. Consider how a single candle lights a room. Consider how salt, though invisible in food, changes everything it touches. Influence works the same way. Even in moments when you feel unnoticed, your presence alters environments. Your words linger in hearts. Your prayers cover destinies. Your faith sets atmospheres. This is the unseen force of influence. But with influence comes testing. The temptation is always to misuse it for control, for ego, for gain. Many fall here, intoxicated by attention, ensnared by applause. But beloved, your influence is not a throne for self, it is a platform for service. You were not chosen to be idolized, but to be a vessel. Influence without humility becomes manipulation. Influence anchored in surrender becomes transformation. Influence also multiplies responsibility. The greater your reach, the greater your accountability. Your words matter more. Your choices echo further. This weight may feel heavy, but it is also holy. Heaven trusts you with this mantle because your refinement has proven you will not abuse it. Beloved chosen one, do not underestimate the quiet power of influence. Sometimes the greatest impact you will have is unseen, an encouraging word that prevents someone's despair, a hidden prayer that shifts another's destiny, a silent act of integrity that inspires those watching. Influence is not always dramatic. Often, it is steady, consistent faithfulness that changes lives over time. And yet, influence is not passive. You must wield it intentionally. If your words can shape, choose them carefully. If your presence shifts atmospheres, guard your posture. If your actions echo, let them echo righteousness. Influence requires vigilance, for even small compromises can ripple disastrously. This is why humility and wisdom must walk beside you continually. Beloved, remember Joseph. His influence grew not only in Pharaoh's court, but also in prison. Influence followed him because integrity defined him. Or think of Daniel, whose influence remained steady through shifting empires because his devotion never wavered. True influence is not tied to position, but to consistency of character. You do not wait for thrones to wield influence you. Wield it in every place, at every stage. Heaven is now enlarging your reach. People will notice changes in you, sometimes without explanation. They will listen more closely when you speak. They will follow your example. Even when you are unaware, do not shrink from this. Do not dismiss it as coincidence. Influence is part of your upgrade. To reject it out of fear is to bury what heaven has entrusted to you. Beloved, chosen one. Take courage. Your influence will open doors. It will grant you access to places where your voice will matter. It will create bridges for others to cross into breakthrough. It will protect the vulnerable, uplift the weary, guide the searching. Your influence is not for decoration, it is for deliverance. But guard your heart, for influence attracts envy. Some will misunderstand your rise. Others may resent your visibility. Do not let their shadows dim your shine. Influence is not about pleasing all, it is about obeying one. Stay faithful, and let your impact speak for itself. And remember this, influence is generational. The seeds you sow today will sprout in lives long after you are gone. Children will repeat your words. Communities will echo your actions. Nations may feel the ripple of your obedience. Influence outlives you. And that is why it is so weighty. You are not shaping only the present, you are shaping the future. Beloved, rejoice in this upgrade. You are not merely surviving, you are shaping. You are not merely rising, you are radiating. The mantle of influence has been placed on you, and with it, the opportunity to illuminate countless lives. So, walk with humility, serve with love, speak with wisdom, and live with integrity, for your influence is no longer small, and heaven is smiling, saying, "This one I trust to carry my light into the world. I, chosen one." The journey has reached its culmination. You have walked through valleys of hiddenness, endured furnaces of refining, received mantles of authority, discerned the rhythm of seasons, and embraced the mantle of influence. Now heaven ushers you into the final revelation of your upgrade, the eternal perspective. For all the victories and crowns of this life are but shadows compared to the glory that awaits. Eternal perspective is the lens that keeps your heart steady. Without it, even blessings can become distractions. With it, even trials become treasures. It is the reminder that you are not simply living for today, but for forever. That every act of obedience is a seed sown into eternity. That every prayer, every tear, every sacrifice echoes beyond time, into realms unseen. The Apostle wrote in 2 Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17, "For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all." Beloved, do you grasp the weight of this? What feels heavy now is called light in comparison. What feels endless now is called momentary. Every hardship you have endured is producing something greater, glory eternal. Weight unshakable. Joy indescribable. The scales of eternity dwarf the burdens of time. Eternal perspective transforms how you see every part of your upgrade. Authority is not for ego, it is for stewardship in light of eternity. Influence is not for applause, it is for souls destined for eternity. Resources are not for hoarding, they are for advancing eternal purposes. Vision is not just for personal fulfillment, it is for aligning earth with heaven until time gives way to forever. Beloved, eternity is already within you. When you pray, eternity whispers. When you worship, eternity resonates. When you serve, eternity shines through you. Heaven and earth intersect in your spirit, reminding you that you are more than flesh, you are eternal, marked for a kingdom that cannot be shaken. This perspective also anchors you in storms. When trials rage, you remember, this is not the end. When doors close, you remember, eternity holds greater ones. When people reject you, you remember, your name is written in a book that will never erase you. The eternal makes the temporal bearable, even beautiful. And yet, eternal perspective does not make you passive. It does not say, ignore today, for tomorrow will come. No, it says, live today with eternity in mind. Every choice matters. Every word matters. Every seed matters. Eternity is shaped by what you steward in time. Beloved, eternal perspective also shifts how you see others. No longer do you view people as interruptions or obstacles. You see them as eternal souls, each carrying immeasurable value. The stranger on the street, the friend beside you, the enemy who wounds you, all eternal beings, destined for glory or for loss. This awareness births compassion. It silences pride. It fuels love that endures. Chosen one. Eternal perspective is also a shield against despair. The world may groan under weight of corruption, but eternity promises renewal. Creation will be restored, tears wiped away, death swallowed in victory. You are not walking toward darkness, you are walking toward dawn. Every upgrade, every struggle, every triumph is leading you closer to the eternal day where night will be no more. And know this, crowns await, not crowns of vanity, but crowns of reward of faithfulness, of endurance, of righteousness. These are not earned by perfection, but by perseverance, by choosing obedience when it cost you, by carrying light when darkness pressed hard. Heaven has recorded every step, and eternity will reveal its weight. Beloved, let this truth steady you. The upgrade is not only for this life, it is preparation for the life to come. What you carry here echoes there. What you steward here multiplies there. This is why the enemy fights so hard, because he knows your destiny is not confined to earth. You are being prepared for eternal reign, eternal fellowship, eternal joy. So live with eyes lifted. Do not be consumed by what fades. Do not be chained by what dies. Fix your gaze on what lasts. See every challenge as light, every waiting as momentary, every obedience as eternal. Walk with a heart set on forever, and nothing in this world will shake you. Beloved, chosen one. This is the final layer of your upgrade. You are eternal, not fragile, not fleeting, but everlasting. Your destiny does not end at the grave. It stretches into ages without end, where glory will overwhelm sorrow, and light will swallow shadow. Take courage. You have walked faithfully through the unfolding of upgrades, and now you stand crowned not only for this life, but for the life everlasting. Heaven applauds. Angels witness. The Father smiles, saying, well done, my chosen one. You are ready. Ready to walk in authority. Ready to shine with influence. Ready to steward with faithfulness. Ready to endure with eternal perspective. And as you rise, the world will know This is not ordinary. This is eternal. Chosen one. The journey has been long. 30 chapters woven with fire, promise, vision, and eternal perspective. You have listened. You have endured. And you have received upgrades greater than you once imagined. But now, as this script closes, I must speak one last time with clarity. Do not let what you have received remain only in your heart. Share it, declare it, multiply it. You have not walked through these words by accident. Each section was a divine appointment, designed to strengthen, awaken, and crown you. But revelation that is hidden soon withers. Revelation that is shared multiplies. When you carry a flame, you can light many torches without losing your fire. That is why, if this journey has spoken to you, I ask you now, like, share, subscribe, and comment, not as empty motions, but as prophetic acts. When you like, you are saying, this word has found a place in me. I honor it. Oh, when you share, you are declaring, this is not mine to hoard. Someone else needs this same confirmation. You never know who in your circle is standing on the edge of despair, waiting for the same reminder that carried you. When you subscribe, you are choosing consistency, saying, I will remain connected to the stream of revelation, not drift away when distractions call. Oh, and when you comment, you are giving testimony. Testimony is not only for yourself, it ignites faith in others. Your single line of agreement may be the sign someone else was begging God to send. Beloved, you are chosen to be more than a listener. You are chosen to be a light bearer. This script may end here, but your journey of carrying truth, hope, and glory continues. Do not walk away silently. Leave your imprint. Respond with faith. Let the world know that you are not only hearing, you are aligning. So I say again, with love and urgency, like this message, share it boldly, comment with your agreement, subscribe so you remain anchored to the flow. Do not let the flame stop with you, carry it onward. For the upgrades you have received are not the end. They are only the beginning.